America asked for lower prices, and Trump said the best we can do is tariffs. Bibi asked for a war, and Trump said bet. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Um, but let's run it back a little. Actually, yeah, let's continue.
Had been delegated down to the field commanders. It was automatic, and two reasons why now. The first is it was abundantly clear that if Iran came under attack by anyone, the United States or Israel or anyone, they were going to respond against the United States. The orders.
Yeah, that's called self-defense. It's so crazy. This is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my freaking life, bro. He's like, yeah, if Iran was attacked, they'll attack us back. Yeah, I wonder why. Sit down. Sit down. Ah! Sit down. What are you doing? She's going out of her way to tear up my bed for some reason.
Delegated down to the field commanders. It was automatic, and in fact, it bared to be true because, in fact, within an hour of the initial attack on the leadership compound, the missile forces in the south and in the north, for that matter, had already been activated to launch. In fact, those had already been pre-positioned. The third is the assessment that was made that if we stood and waited for that attack to come first before we hit them, we would suffer much higher casualties. And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act. Going back to the purpose. The purpose of this is to destroy that missile capability. Why does Iran want that ballistic missile capability? What they are trying to do and have been trying to do for a very long time is
I love that Twitch held the message in the auto mod that says, so stop Israel from striking. Twitch was like, you can't tell Israel to stop killing people. You can't do it. Not allowed. Getting a little too close to anti-Semitism there, Sway, by saying Israel can't kill people.
Those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before we made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps...
Is that not... I can't... there's literally no other way you can describe this other than just being, you know, insane. He's saying that, listen, Israel is going to kill, right, the Iranian leadership and some Iranian civilians. We know this. You know this, we know this. And we know that Iran, being a rational actor, will strike and retaliate back either at Israel, which is basically us, or at us directly. And so we had to attack Iran first to preempt Israel's strike that we knew that was coming, and to preempt Iran's retaliatory strike that comes back at us. So we win, they lose. LOL.
Perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act. Going back to the...
Yeah, like you tell Israel not to strike. Stop giving them weapons, bro. You keep loading their guns and you're surprised they freaking use them. Stop giving them weapons. Tell them, right? Use your big brother, big daddy USA style mantra, right? To tell them, yo, we're not going to war for you. Do not strike Iran. Why are they acting like Israel tells them what to do? Why are they like, listen, Israel said they're going to strike, so like we have to prepare for that. Like, no, just tell them to not. You're in control here. You have all the money, you have all the weapons. They're using your weapons to do this. Threaten to cut off Iron Dome support The Iron Dome literally cannot exist without U.S. support. Threaten to cut off the Iron Dome support. Threaten to cut off weapon shipments. Threaten to cut off the free healthcare that we pay for them for. Is the Iron Dome already running out again? I mean, yeah, because it's expensive. So what some libs are saying, they think it's a big brain moment. This is 72,000 views, bro. That's such a racket. I should just go live. Like, go live. Or like make videos on my phone. Be like, let me just explain.
Tinfoil.
Like, you're not even explain. You can just give us conspiracy theory, I guess.
I am spiraling, and I have put on my tinfoil hat, and I am going to present a hypothesis. I do not think that this is about the Epstein files. Hear me out before you get angry. On January 3rd, 2026, when we invaded Venezuela and captured Maduro, we took temporary control of Venezuela's oil exports and commerce. Venezuela has the largest oil reserve in the world. At first, this did not make complete sense because we cannot necessarily use Venezuela's oils because of the crudeness of it. But technically, we do control their oil sales right now. The largest beneficiaries of Venezuelan oil is China, Russia, and Cuba. The other country that China currently gets a majority of their oil reserves from is Iran. Besides Iranian leadership under this current regime, we are currently targeting Iranian naval bases. Why? Because Iranian naval bases are currently attempting to defend the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is a key shipping lane to be able to get oil.
Wait, like, is this not something that they openly say? Like, first acting like we kidnapped Maduro, and there's a secret reason behind it was because we wanted the oil. Like, no, Trump said this is about the oil. Like verbatim, he said this is about the oil. Right? And the way that the media class is operating as it pertains to whenever Iran is struck is about oil reserves, and Saudi oil fields, and Strait of Hormuz. Like, it's just like oil is definitely a key part of it. Right? Like, it's Iranians are trying to defend the Strait of Hormuz, they're trying to blockade it. It's very different. Yeah, it's like, it's not about like it, because like positioning it as like the Iranians are trying to defend it, like, or defend the Strait of Hormuz, is basically putting it as like they're like on equal terms, where it's like, these are just the natural resources of the world, and this is one country who wants us to hoard all of it, and the other country who wants to take some of it, right? And that kind of positions America as like the good guys, if you frame it in the way that like, oh, the Iranians are trying to defend the strait, but like when you again position it as like they're trying to blockade it, it's more about like, yo, the U.S. is trying to, in violation and flagrantly international law, go to war with Iran for a multitude of different reasons. But one of the reasons is because of oil exports. And what this guy is saying is it's not about getting the oil, but stopping from going to China, proxy war with China. I mean, we'll see what his conclusion is. Right? But is that saying anything like, he's not saying anything wrong, but he's not saying anything like groundbreaking. Like, oil has been in the conversation about what, like what is being said here.
To China. China knew that this was going to happen because they have been stockpiling oil reserves since.
What do you mean that this was going to happen? What are we talking about here? The U.S. striking Iran and starting this? It's not like Iran started this conflict. It's like, yeah, like China knew in the same way that the entire world knew, and that is that the U.S. is an irrational actor that will just decide to just strike Iran for the lulz of it, because Israel is even more of an irrational actor who has like just interpersonal beefs with Iran because they don't support them doing a genocide in Palestine, and they're taking that out on the Iranian people to institute regime change with the help of the U.S. Well, to be fair, Israel doesn't care about regime change. Israel cares about just collective punishment. The U.S. cares about regime change because the U.S. wants the oil. They want Israel to continue to be the power player in the region, by having the only state in the region that has nukes, along with a bunch of different other reasons.
When the U.S. invaded Venezuela. They currently have enough oil to last them for approximately 100 days. But what happens when that 100 days winds down? Their manufacturing completely stalls. But that's not where this stops. Look at the Q3, Q4 GDP.
Okay, what is this? Like, what is this source for this? It kind of feels just like speculation. You know what I mean? Like, what is this source that says that the entirety of Chinese manufacturing will completely stall after 100 days if they don't get oil from the Strait of Hormuz? You know?
Report from the Bureau of Economic Analysis, which is released by this.
Europe will get hit harder. Now they'll just start accepting Russian oil. Right now they are positioning themselves as like, you know, the good guys, saying like we don't support Russia. But now they're just you know, now they're just accepting Russian oil.
Administration. On page 2 of both reports, you will see that the Q3, Q4 GDP is currently being propped up by increased defense spending. Now, who is currently the biggest beneficiary of U.S. production of defense systems? It is not Israel. It is Saudi Arabia. Which country is currently trying to backfill China's oil reserve depletion? Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is currently the biggest beneficiary of us invading Venezuela and capturing Maduro, and also us invading Iran. Our biggest customer of the export that is currently propping up our economy is simultaneously the only country that is currently supplying China with oil. Now, why is the U.S. currently...
That's not the case. Is his conclusion that like Iran is like double dipping? They're like making money off of us striking Iran and like from selling oil to China and from buying US weaponry? Like it's like Russia is just not a player in this analysis? No, it's not a player in this analysis.
currently engaging in hypocrisy by propping up Saudi Arabia.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's hypocrisy. Okay.
$1 billion in 2 Trump towers in Jeddah and Riyadh. $2 billion from Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund into Jared Kushner's private equity fund.
Like, I'm sorry. Like, Saudi Arabia is obviously a player in this conversation, but like, they're not like the puppet master that he's describing here. Like, if I'm being real, like, they're another part of the American pawn system, right? They serve a purpose of being in like an American ally in the Middle East, right? But like they're not like they're not like the overarching big bad. It's very just very difficult for me to buy that the Saudis actively push for this war. I mean, I think that like Saudi Arabia benefits from the war, like this is the case, but I don't think that they were orchestrating it as like, yeah, we set this up and we all benefit from this. They just benefit from being a U.S. ally, right? That's just the case, right? The war is very. I think this is the problem, right? I think a lot of liberals do this to kind of scapegoat Israel from the fact that they just started this war off of a pure vendetta. That's it. That's it. This war, as Marco Rubio is very transparently saying here, is that, yo, this was Israel's fault. Israel was going to strike Iran off of a vendetta, basically, for no provocation, no reason. They were just going to strike Iran to attack Iran's leadership because they just don't like Iran. Because they view Iran as the main reason why they haven't completed their genocide yet, right? They view Iran as the state actor that is sponsoring the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas, right? And so they're like, okay, we got to take Iran down. Because they want to complete their genocide and expand their territories illegally. And they can't do that so long as they view like Iran as like the bankrollers of Hamas, you know? And so that's why Israel wants to strike at Iran. The US wants to back up Israel because they want to keep Israel as the only state with nukes in the Middle East. And because of the oil conversation, right? And because they view Iran as, again, state sponsor of terror. That is the reason why the war started. Israel was going to strike Iran because Iran stopped them from doing a genocide, essentially. The US knew that Israel was going to strike Iran, and then knew that because of their association with Israel, that Iran would strike both Israeli and U.S. Defense targets, right? Military bases, embassies, military infrastructure, stuff like that. And the U.S. preemptively struck Iran to preempt Israel's strike on Iran that would get U.S. targets killed in the retaliatory strike. Right? That's what happened here. And Saudi Arabia does benefit from that dynamic, which is why they're also being struck, because they are also a U.S. ally. And U.S. and Israeli service members who are sheltering in Saudi Arabia are being struck as well. All right, so they're not a non-player, but they're not necessarily the puppet master of this whole conversation. You know, but I think that a lot of liberals, you know, are scared to put the onus on Israel for wanting to start this war in the first place. So they're just like, oh, it must be the brown people. It must be Saudi Arabia. They're the big bads here. But no, it's just Israel.
$2 billion into Trump's stablecoin, a $5.5 billion Trump golf course developed by a South.
They are allies. They are U.S. allies. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? Yes, they will support the U.S. because they're a U.S. ally. I don't know what this is supposed to be proving specifically.
Saudi Arabia developer. Follow the fucking money. Unfortunately,
wait, what is he? He didn't even say anything. What's the conclusion? A hypothesis on why we're invading Iran. He didn't say. He's just kind of like vaguely gesturing towards Saudi Arabia. And that's it. He got 180,000 likes for this, bro. They posting about China bad. Yeah, that's another part of it. But like, they're just saying all he said in his video was that Saudi Arabia is hypocritical for both dealing with the US and dealing with China. That's all he said. But like, he didn't explain why we're going to war on like what? Did Saudi Arabia call up Trump and was like, hey, go to war with Iran right now so we can double dip? Because if that's his take, I think he's wrong about that. I think he's incorrect. I'm so confused. Please. Please.
That's getting buried amidst the war in Iran, as well as the elections that are happening right now. I don't normally focus on state level legislation.
Okay.
I want to take you through a series of tweets that
I just. What a racket, bro. What a racket. You can just be stupid. Chorus? Maybe he's in chorus. Anyway, it just, I don't know. The content, I mean, that's kind of what TikTok was based on, but he just took it and brought it to Instagram. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's incorrect and wrong, but or at least he didn't say anything. But I covered this. I wanted to look at this as well. The Israelis just struck the meeting of the Iranian Supreme Council, where officials were gathering to choose a new supreme leader, as senior Israeli officials told Fox News. Israel struck while they were counting the votes for the appointment of a supreme leader. Like, this is incredible news. Sure. The former marketing guy, if you check his LinkedIn, homie, has not done anything into politics or policy analysis. Hey, what's up with marketing people who just go into politics? The HROC style. Like, and it's also so funny. Iran has denied this and called it fake news. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We were watching this one though. Let's go back to this.
Justify this operation. He argues that the Trump administration knew Israel was preparing to strike Iran, and that if the U.S. had waited for Iran to retaliate...
Oh, we were watching that as well. But we got to that part already. So we can continue with this.
Americans would have suffered higher casualties. Still, there has been mixed messaging here. Rubio and Hegseth saying today that regime change is not the goal, although the administration would like to see it happen. These comments coming after President Trump urged Iranian protesters who recently faced a brutal government crackdown to take to the streets again and topple the regime. Rubio and other top officials expected to continue briefing Congress tomorrow. Tom?
All right, Gabe, our thanks to you. And tensions are high once again across the Gulf tonight, with several countries targeted by Iranian attacks, including Dubai, where our Keir Simmons is reporting tonight.
Tonight, conflict is spiraling and spreading to Iraq, Lebanon, and as Gulf countries threaten to join this growing war. Iran targeting major cities in the Middle East with hundreds of missiles and drones, including this one in Bahrain. First the buzz, then the blast. Dubai's iconic hotels hit, many Iranian munitions still being shot down today. Here, a burst of smoke beside the world's tallest building, and the moment of impact at another hotel.
And I just heard this really loud bang.
Alex Bouquet, who runs an American firm, fled to an Airbnb in the desert.
We grabbed our passports as well, and we just started driving off.
This was Dubai Airport over the weekend.
American firm for what? What kind of firm? What does he do?
And nearby Abu Dhabi. Thankfully, passengers have been evacuated. Thousands of flights cancelled in a region that is a critical hub for the world's commercial airlines. Sarah Metty from Tennessee is in Dubai for her 20th wedding anniversary. She found herself filming munitions.
Is it crazy to say that that's kind of what you get for going to Dubai in the first place? Like, was the slave labor not enough for you? Like, you're just like, oh, shrug. Built by slave labor, whatever. Now you're just like, now you're stuck. So.
Exploding outside their hotel. What are you thinking when you're filming this?
That I've got to be in a dream. This can't be real. I never in a million years thought this would happen.
There you've been urged.
Really? Did you watch the news? Bro, white women are so funny sometimes. You're just like, oh, I did not know that a regional war was being stoked. Did you turn the news on at all, at any point in the last 2 years? Really? All right.
To stay inside.
I just want to get home to the kids. I miss them terribly.
Iran's objective in all this, to pressure its neighbors, to tell Washington, call off the war.
And this is far from over. Keir Simmons joins us live from Dubai. And Keir, I'm being told there are now new attacks in Dubai tonight.
That's right, Tom. I just heard a series of loud booms echo across this city. Another barrage of missiles from Iran. Tom, tens of thousands of Americans live in this region. Tom?
Keir Simmons, please stay safe tonight. There is also a new threat from Iran around the critical Strait of Hormuz, where much of the world's oil passes through, with implications for the prices you pay at the pump. Christine Romans is here tonight, and Christine, Iran with a very serious threat.
Yeah, and Tom, what happens to oil prices depends on what happens here in the Strait of Hormuz. It's a narrow waterway where about 20% of global oil passes through. And tonight, Iranian state media is saying Iran will set fire to any ship trying to pass through here. You can already see shipping there at a virtual standstill. Oil prices jump today, and every dollar that oil prices rise translates to about 2.5 cents for a gallon of gas. That means, for example, $10 spike in oil, 25 cents at the pump, and American wallets are already feeling this, Tom, these surging oil prices. The national average for a gallon
The funniest part about this is that this is literally only because of speculation. Nothing has changed in the oil reserves currently. Right, but it wouldn't have changed this quickly if you're actually seeing an effect of like a stoppage in oil. But this is purely happening because of a speculative rise in prices, right? Because assumedly they wouldn't be getting more oil coming in the future. Money is fake, our economy is fake. Yeah, I filled up at 265. Thank God. Recalled it. And the U.S. Is losing. This is a 15-minute video. Gosh darn it.
Regular gas today topping $3. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the administration anticipated this and will announce steps to mitigate it tomorrow.
Okay, we'll see what that.
Why didn't you do that when you did the strikes? If you anticipated this for your cars, people, I should probably fill up my car. In Los Angeles, it's going to cost me $7. I covered this. I also want to look at the 2 embassies closed after the Iranian drone strikes as well. Then we'll get to like how the U.S. will lose this war.
Down 2 embassies, one in Saudi Arabia, one in Kuwait, as Iran steps up its retaliatory strikes on American assets and allies across the Middle East. Both embassies hit by suspected Iran drone attacks. And there's also this video showing a massive inferno at one of the world's largest oil refineries in Saudi Arabia. The death toll for U.S. forces since the war began has now risen to 6 after a counterstrike against a U.S. facility in Kuwait. The State Department is now warning Americans to leave nearly the entire Middle East immediately. Let's go to Nick Robertson. He is in Saudi Arabia, where the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia has been attacked. What are you seeing? What are you learning?
Yeah, and I think just to follow up on what Clarissa's saying, it is a needle, an incredibly delicate needle to be threaded by the Saudi government here over what's happened last night. You had those 2 drone impacts right outside the U.S. Embassy here in Riyadh.
It's crazy to think that Mr. Beastland is there. Please, Iran, just please leave Mr. Beastland alone. We love Mr. Beast. I'm sorry.
No casualties as far as we're aware. There was some damage. There was a fire lit by those attacks. Then there was a report.
Yeah, but I just saw Bill Burr performing there. Bill Burr was there. And so was Dave Chappelle.
Their way, the State Department issued a shelter in place for the embassy here, for the consulate in the west in Jeddah, for the consulate in Dhahran in the east, much closer to Iran, inside Saudi Arabia, to shelter in place there. And then that warning about a couple of other drones being in the air. Also, we had confirmation that they impacted. Saudi authorities saying that they intercepted other drones flying in. We know yesterday that the Saudis intercepted drones flying over an oil refinery. There was a little bit of damage there. They intercepted 5 drones, they say, around a military airbase, a Saudi military airbase just outside of the capital, Riyadh. There's a sense here that Saudi Arabia is getting drawn closer into what is seen as a U.S.-Israel war, where the goalposts, listening to the president, to others in the administration, a sense of the goalposts, if not shifting, are not clearly defined on what the outcome is going to be. But from here, a very strong diplomatic language again, calling this a violation of international norms to attack diplomatic premises. And also,
oh, really? I would think that so would be killing school children, but you know, what do I know?
Reaffirming their commitment to protecting their own security, their own citizens, including the right to respond to aggression. So it's strong diplomatic language, but again, walking a tightrope, reluctant to get drawn into a conflict that is putting out its tentacles, and they calculate Iran intentionally having these escalations by reaching deep into Saudi Arabia at U.S. targets.
Is that an escalation? More of an escalation than, I don't know, killing and decapitating the leadership of Iran? Iran just striking at U.S. targets in its surrounding nations is an escalation? All right.
Here with CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. And I just want to reiterate what our reporters in this region have said. The U.S. Embassy now in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait City, they are closed. The State Department has ordered non-essential, non-emergency personnel out of the UAE, out of Qatar, out of Bahrain, out of Jordan, out of Iraq. And in addition to that, Brett, the State Department suggested that every American basically almost anywhere on this map get out if they can. What does that tell you?
Yeah, John, the last notice you just met, I've never seen anything like that. And what that shows is the threat reporting from Iran is off the charts. That doesn't mean they'll be able to carry out all their threats, but we're clearly seeing the intent of Iran to target Americans everywhere, not just drones and missiles.
Based on what? Just because the U.S. said be wary? They haven't done that yet. They've only targeted diplomatic procedures, right? Which you could have a problem with, I guess, right? American military bases in military infrastructure. They have not targeted or civilian infrastructure where Israeli or U.S. military members were housing and meeting, which then becomes military infrastructure. You can't meet in a coffee shop and being like, "Oh, we're just doing this in a civilian way." Iran is the most moral army by the U.S. standards. Yeah, and Israel and the U.S. are striking school children.
Missiles probably tear the intent off the charts. That doesn't mean
it's just crazy that they're just the media is still trying to position Iran as like, oh, they want to kill American citizens, just random Americans. When we know that Israel and the U.S. have killed random Iranian citizens for no reason, while simultaneously telling them, take back your country, and if you don't, we're gonna keep killing you. Like, thanks, bro. Thanks, bro.
Be able to carry out all their threats, but we're clearly seeing the intent of Iran to target Americans everywhere, not just drones and missiles, probably terrorism, various asymmetric threats. Again, I have never
probably terrorism. What do you say to this? You know, what do you say to this? Yeah, they'll probably just do some terrorism. Why not?
Seen notice like that from the State Department. Every American across the Middle East find a way to get out of the region. And of course, they're on their own. They don't. Civilian flights, as we just heard, might not be available. What is Iran trying to do here? Why are they doing this? Why are they attacking all 6 countries in the Gulf? They are
maybe, I don't know. It's retaliatory for the U.S. striking them first. Maybe. Bro, CNN turns into literal like Nazi news. Because this is how you know that we're in a uniparty on foreign policy. CNN just turns into like the most right-wing news source to ever exist when talking about foreign policy. It's like, why are the Iranians doing this? Are they? Is it because they are terrorists, perchance? Just like, I don't know. Maybe it's because the U.S. struck them first. Also, I do love that Marco Rubio was positioning himself as a genius. He's like, and I was proven to be correct by this. Like, yeah, you struck them and they struck you back. You're not a genius for determining that would happen.
Trying to put pressure on these countries, which have close relations with the United States, to basically say to Washington, this needs to stop. We need to de-escalate.
Now, in terms of unprecedented, you've never seen anything like it in terms of ordering everyone out of the region. There are a couple things also that I'm not sure we've seen, which is in Doha, in Qatar, right here. The Qataris shot down, they say, 2 Iranian planes. That's extraordinary. I don't think we've ever heard that before. And then in Lebanon, the Lebanese government cracking down on Hezbollah, which is highly unusual also. This may be showing stuff's backfiring on the Iranians?
So let me break it down. I mean, strategically,
I'm sorry.
2 Gulf countries.
What do you mean backfiring? Like, so they should just sit down and die? What are we talking about here? Defending themselves? Are these 2 things showing that they're backfiring for defending themselves? Bro, no wonder Americans get treated the way they get treated in the world, you know?
Countries with the closest relations with Iran historically are, as you mentioned, Qatar and Oman. Iran again attacked Oman today, which is surprising, and Qatar shot down 2 Iranian fighter jets yesterday. Honestly, never thought I would see that. I suspect we will see more.
To be fair, Kuwait also shot down 3 American planes, so it's about equal, you know. So you just think about it like that.
Military action from these Gulf states, maybe UAE and Saudi Arabia, maybe today, over the coming days. I think that's something Iran didn't
Drake
expect.
can't
And
believe
that's
it's
just
tier one.
having the counter reaction that Iran wants. This is actually galvanizing these Gulf states in self-defense, in unity against what Iran is doing.
Self-defense? You're housing U.S. troops. They're not striking civilian infrastructure in the Gulf states. You're not defending yourself here. It's not self-defense. That would be you are a part of the problem by housing U.S. military infrastructure. What are we talking about here?
And you mentioned Lebanon. Again, strategically, the #1 proxy group Iran has had for decades. One reason there's been such deterrence against ever attacking into Iran is because of Hezbollah. They had hundreds of thousands of rockets and missiles they can rain down on Tel Aviv. Now, Hezbollah has been knocked on its back over the multiple conflicts that have been fought since October 7th. And yesterday, the Lebanese government, for the really first time, said all Hezbollah military activity is banned in Lebanon. That's something Iran does not want to see. So that is also that's the strategic picture. But tactically, John, the question is how long can Iran keep up this tempo of short-range missiles and drones?
Yeah.
And they seem prepared to keep it up for some time.
This is the Jihad drone right now, which has been such an effective weapon for Iran over the last few days, and for the Russians in Ukraine. Iran has been supplying the Russians with this. I do want to ask one other question about some action that the Iranians are trying to take or threatening to take. They say they're closing, essentially, the Strait of Hormuz. This is this shipping lane right here. It's just 20 miles wide, only 2 miles wide, actually, where ships can go through. 20% of the world's oil passes through that, and you can sort of see the impact of that right here. These are the straits right here, another look. And this is a live look at all the ships in the region. And you can see right here, which is basically that bottleneck, nothing's going through.
2 miles, yeah, you're right. 20 miles wide, 2 miles for the ships. Iran has said nothing can pass. If that continues for a period of time, I think you'll see a significant effect on global oil markets. I would just say, I've been watching this closely. Oil prices are now creeping a little bit above 80. That's far above where it has been. But I just remind people, early in the Ukraine conflict, oil prices, global prices went up to 130 at one point, and we're hovering around 110. So keep this in some context. We have tools to keep the prices low. But again, Iran is trying to wreak global havoc, so the pressure comes down on Washington.
Again, I don't think that
CNN
would even. I'm not gonna say where I don't think they'll go, but going that far would be crazy. But they're wrong for closing the strait. It's like saying, the U.S. can't determine what happens off the coast of New York. Sorry, I get to put freaking naval passageways for Chinese ships right next to New York because you can't decide what to do with that. That would be insane for them to say.
Back, and we'll see if they can succeed. But yeah, that is definitely a choke point. One reason I think the U.S. military went after the Iranian Navy, it's been announced, basically sunk every asset they have, was so that Iran cannot come out and mine the straits, which would be something that would be very difficult to overcome. So I can see tactically what Iran is trying to do. It is just everything they got, drones, missiles, closing the strait. But so far, at least what we're seeing from the Gulf states is unity and actually more inclined to work with us against Iran. But it's early. We're in the third day of this.
It is, but that's a fascinating development worth watching over the next several days. Brett McGurk, great to see you. Thank you very much.
So there were no sirens.
I mean, he wasn't incorrect in what he was saying. He's just he's obviously pro State Department, pro U.S. hegemony. So most of his analysis came with that sort of flavor with it. But he's not wrong about a lot of stuff he said. Also, now there's been more U.S. service members killed. 6 U.S. service members are killed, which I'm in the camp that it's more. I'm in the camp that that more people died in that initial strike, and they're trying to drip feed it to the American people. Because if they showed us on the first day that dozens of people were killed, do you know how insane the country would have been, bro? I think they're trying to drip feed it to be see, it's happening over an extended conflict. We promise. That's where my mind is at.
Just some of the New details that we're learning today about the Iranian strike that killed 6 U.S. service members at a civilian port in Kuwait on Sunday. There's video showing smoke rising from a makeshift operations center where the service members were when the attack happened. You can see it there off in the distance. CNN's Zach Cohen has more on the details that are coming in about this tragedy. Zach, what are you learning?
Yeah, Kate, we're told that U.S. troops in Kuwait really had no time to protect themselves before what's been described as a makeshift operations center at that civilian port took a direct hit from a suspected Iranian drone strike. Now, this is part of the initial Iranian retaliatory strikes that we saw after the U.S. and Israel began their war with Iran. And as you mentioned, the death toll now on the U.S. side has risen to 6 in total after the remains of 2 additional U.S. service members were recovered. U.S. Central Command acknowledging the increasing death toll in a statement yesterday saying, quote, as of 4 p.m. Eastern, March 2nd, 6 U.S. service members have been killed in action. U.S. forces recently recovered the remains of 2 previously unaccounted for service members from a facility that was struck during Iran's initial attacks in the region. It goes on to say that the identities are being withheld while the families are notified. But look, this is a reminder of what Donald Trump warned in his initial video statement when
basically said that, like, listen, more people are going to die. More U.S. service people are going to die. It's going to happen.
U.S.-Israeli operation first began, that he expected there to be U.S. casualties as a result, and we are seeing that number slowly increase. And it's interesting, too, because we're learning new details about where these U.S. service members were when this strike took place. It was described to us as a facility that was described as a triple-wide trailer with office space inside of it, and that after the strike, there was fire still burning hours later. The walls were blown out. The inside of the facility, we're told, was completely blackened. So U.S. service members seem to have been caught off guard and by surprise by this Iranian retaliatory strike, and it's something that we do expect.
But I thought Marco Rubio said that he expected it. Gasp.
Of as Iran continues to target U.S. military bases across the region.
We can look at Jon Stewart, which I think he'll probably a decent take on this. But I want to show this as well. The breaking news that scared the mess out of me. Breaking, the UN's nuclear watchdog chief, Rafael Grossi, says inspectors have not found evidence of a coordinated Iranian program to build nuclear weapons despite Israeli and U.S. claims. Yeah, so the U.S. and Israel are lying. Are we surprised by this, chat? Also, it is this.
Champion shall have the honor, no, the privilege to go forth and rescue the lovely Princess Fiona from the fiery keep of the dragon. If, for any reason, the winner is unsuccessful, the first runner-up will take his place, and so on and so forth. Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
Indeed. Indeed. When I was 18 in the Iraq War, weapons of mass destruction lie went out. My life was literally repeating with this Iran stuff. Yeah. Word for word what he said. Yeah. We're going to just say clip again. I know. It's pretty much exactly the same as that Trump clip. So I covered this. Also, there was this as well. Over the past 24 hours, we've heard via witnesses that the number of U.S. personnel injured in the Iranian attack in Kuwait was much higher than had been acknowledged. CENTCOM has not responded to our request for comment. So, again, people are saying that like it's dozens of people who may have been died and injured. Because it's interesting that they didn't say how many people are missing. The U.S., the military keeps records. They know exactly how many people are currently missing in action, and they are people that are most likely not alive anymore if they were at that facility. They know. I don't think there was just 6 people at that facility. But again, we'll see. We'll get to Cori Bush in a second. I wanted to cover this as well. from the Cradle Media. U.S. troops report commanders framing Iran's war as God's plan. As first reported by independent journalist Jonathan Larson, a U.S. combat unit commander, told non-commissioned officers that the war on Iran was part of God's divine plan, allegedly claiming that President Donald Trump was anointed by Jesus to reignite Armageddon. The complaint filed with the Military Religious Freedoms Foundation is one of more than 110 logged in the last 48 hours from over 40 units across at least 30 installations. Complainants, including Christians, a Muslim, and a Jew, have requested anonymity to avoid retaliation. The Pentagon has yet to respond. Bro, nobody likes this. Nobody likes this. I'm surprised that there's a lack of atheists who have reported it. But it's like, yeah, that's insane. Because even Christians, I don't think are like, yeah, I don't want to die for this your idea of a divine war coming from Donald Trump of all people. Like, no, I'm good on that, actually. I'm actually all right. They're calling it a holy war. Yeah, they're calling it a holy war to the troops. They're telling them, and I guess that maybe they think that that'll galvanize the troops. They're like, yo, guys, you guys are gonna die for Donald Trump. It's a holy war, and he's God's disciple. We promise. Bro, I don't care who you are. You're just like, yeah, I'm good off of that. I'm all right. Actually, I'm fine. You know. That Jesus says, so tell me then. Holy war and Trump is the God. I mean, basically. That happens when you get rid of all the mental health experts. I mean, the military never had those in the first place, though, to be fair. You know? The Pentagon has yet to respond. According to the MRFF President Mikey Weinstein, service members report unrestricted euphoria amongst segments of the chain of command, portraying the assault on Iran as biblically sanctioned and tied to end times prophecy in the book of Revelation. Yeah, because the officers aren't going to freaking Iran. The generals aren't being deployed. You feel me? They're sitting behind like desks in DC, essentially. Or they're sitting behind desks in like Kuwait, right? While they send the infantrymen to go shuffle around. If you're an infantryman, you just know that people have been dying. You're like, well, that could be me next. You don't get the plan. You don't get to see what's going on. You're just sitting in your barracks being like, yo, I could freaking die right now. Right? And then the freaking, your captain, right? Your CO is like, hoorah, fellow soldiers. We're dying in Trump's divine war today. We're making it to heaven. And you're just like, sir, I would like to not die, actually. Is that an option? They're like, shut up, private. Drop and give me 20. We're all dying. You're dying, and my boy's dying with me. You're just like, yeah, I don't know about that. Can I not do that? And you get freaking shot, Pat Tillman style or something. I don't freaking know. I can't imagine my leadership pumping this. It was insane when I first saw the reports. Yeah, it's just like I'm not surprised. They have 110 complaints. Right? It's funny part is most of which are coming from Christians. They're just like, I'm okay on this, actually, please. I would like to not be living in the book of Revelations. Can we not do this? Let's not do this, actually. I think I'm all right off of this. I didn't sign up for this, actually. And then like you have the freaking chain of command. It's just like, we're dying tonight, baby. And you're just like, all right. One NCO wrote that such rhetoric has eroded morale and violates constitutional oaths, particularly for troops in ready support status who could be deployed at any moment. Yeah, no shot. Of course, no shot. But like, of course it's gonna erode morale, bro. Yeah, if you're like, dog, I'm a part of the ready support, and then you have your boss who comes up to you who's like, y'all ready to die for Jesus Trump? You're just like, yeah. Hey, please, why did I should have just taken the student debt. I should have just taken the student debt, bro. It would have been so much easier than being with these people. I saw this started doing a bunch of Our Fathers and Hail Marys. The controversy unfolds as Secretary of War Pete Hegseth expands overt evangelical programming within the Pentagon, including prayer sessions and Bible studies aligned with the staunch pro-Israel theology. I was like, again, this is so funny because imagine just being I meant to be any soldier, but like, you're just a Christian soldier, and like you hear that like speaks of like wars and whispers of wars, and the new guy is just coming in and be like, yeah, we're going to triple prayer sessions that are happening. We're going to put a Bible in every bunk, and we're going to be reading out the Book of Revelations every day for the rest of the year. You know what I mean? And you're like, yo, is he trying to kill us, bro? He's like, is he trying to kill us? It kind of sounds like he's trying to get us ready to die. I don't know if I feel about that. I don't. I think I'm okay off of that. Actually, I think I'm all right. Why is these reports that so many U.S. commanders appear to be particularly enthused by the bloodshed they believe is necessary to align events with a fundamentalist Christian end times narrative? Yeah, maybe some of these people should not be in power, or all these people should not be in power, because maybe they have a ulterior motive to stoking up conflicts, and yeah, of course that's going to erode the morale of soldiers. Why would it not? It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter if the soldiers also believe this. If you see your bosses who are like, all right, have fun marching to your deaths. Goodbye. You're going to be like, wait, this isn't very fair. I don't know if I appreciate that very much. Certain life insurance policies are cheaper than permanent disability benefits. That's also true. And listen, some of you will have to die because we're trying to spark the rapture, right? Get to dying, right? It is literally something that I read in this book. Bro, Nix's hair is everywhere. It's in my freaking water cup. Anyway. What an interesting thing. Have you seen this? I have not. ChatGPT. I have not. It's 45 minutes. Maybe we'll put it on the docket for later. I did want to watch instead, not instead.
The fourth day.
But I covered this. I did want to see Jon Stewart's video. There's also like a breaking points video people wanted me to see. I didn't mean to close that. This one, which is 15 minutes long. But let's start with the as is the same video as earlier. That would have been hilarious. Let's start with Jon Stewart talking about this.
We got a great one for you tonight. My name is Jon Stewart. Later on, I will be talking with the most incredible director, fabulous director, Iranian director, Jafar Panahi will be joining us. Right now, he's got an Oscar-nominated film called It Was Just an Accident, which explores the trauma of living under an oppressive, censorious, theocratic dictatorship. I'm not going to tell you how it ends, but hey, we're back. It's Monday. And while we had originally...
Oh, I will also say, I just checked my email. There might be more fire alarm tests that are happening today. Apparently from 9 to 12. And if it happens, everybody's going back onto it. What is this? Trump is live too? What? Okay. Okay, come on, load.
And now Spain
actually said that we can't use their bases, and that's all right. We don't. We
W. Sorry, I just got here. Okay, I'll back this up about 10 minutes, and we'll watch this lazy clip, and then we'll get to this, because that's actually what I think it was. That's a W for Spain. Lacey's under fire for using a viewer's DoorDash account to deliver food, only to eat the customer's order, get the account banned, and then refuse to compensate the viewer who relied on it for income.
Your account has been deactivated.
Are you trolling? How? What did you do wrong?
Now, Lacey, that poor guy's
Dark's
gonna
in
be
this clip
broke
now.
now. Bro, send him like $250.
Okay. $250, bro. What? At least $5. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not sending him $500.
Bro, you fucked his shit.
Huh?
You fucked his shit.
Okay, but he knew the risk giving someone his DoorDash account.
Yeah, but I told him you were gonna be a regular fucking dasher.
Was I not?
Bro, you were eating the food, you fucking fatty.
Okay, I had a little snack.
A little snack? You tried every fucking item.
No shot this is real. I mean, DoorDash is responding to it. We got streamers being fake dashes for cloud before GTA 6. Like, this has to be scripted, right? Too bad I saw another video where he got compensated. His response. It said that even if I had made this tweet because I'm not getting that I even have to make this tweet because I'm getting threatened. My streams are for entertainment. Not everything needs to be taken so seriously. It was a DoorDash skit. Gave it that $500 to let me use his account, and his account is fine. You can see that it's a fake screenshot if you look at my phone when I show it.
Are you trolling?
I mean, I don't know how this is supposed to prove it's a fake screenshot, but to be fair, I don't know what a DoorDash deactivation screenshot is supposed to look like. So, I don't know. I mean, it says Uber here. So maybe that's it. I can't tell. I don't know what it's supposed to look like. But this person says, here's a screenshot of the fake ban message. You can clearly see the iPhone home bar is too high, and there's a black bar at the bottom. I mean, maybe, but that could just be his phone. I don't freaking know, bro. I don't know. But also, like, I'm sorry, you can't rage bait and then get mad at somebody rage baits. That's my take as well. Why even this type of content anyway seems dumb. I mean, the streamers doing DoorDash is like a relatively normal thing that people have done. Like Extra Millions has done it as well. But just make your own DoorDash account. Don't use the viewers. Why use the viewers in the first place? What even do this? Attention. I'm confused. What makes him look bad? Yeah, he's rage baiting. He's getting mad that people got mad at his rage bait. You know? What is this? Last week, Jasmine Crockett's campaign kicked me out of an event because they alleged I am a top-notch hater. But isn't Jasmine Crockett a top-notch hater? My story about that and why I went today's primary election between Crockett and Jane Talarico means for Democrats here. We'll add it to the docket. But I mean, she's a writer for The Atlantic. She could just be annoying. You know what I mean? Like, that's entirely possible. But let's continue.
Different show. I thought would be a
Quit after trying to drive his moped on the freeway and got scared.
kind of a trenchant, really superbly witty episode on the unforeseen economic effects of government subsidies on well-intentioned social service programs. It was gonna be a banger. That was Friday, and a lot has blown up since then. As America has once again returned to the only East we can't get enough of exploding, the middle one. In our 20-year recurring segment.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
I've missed you, Mesopotamia. Early Saturday morning, America and Israel launched a surprise war against Iran. I call it a surprise war because here's what one of the mediators said after negotiations on Friday.
I am confident, and in my assessment of the way the talks are going, the peace deal is within our reach.
But it turns out the bomb shit button was much closer. The devastating...
Oh, thanks, the White House, for saying that this is actually not a war, chat. We were all confused. It's actually not a war. Breaking, the White House outlined objective for Operation Epstein Fury. Official statements emphasize that this is not a war, but a major combat operation. Sure, for sure. So therefore, it doesn't need congressional approval because it's not technically a war declaration, even though a major combat operation would still need congressional approval for it to be legal. But stated objectives: demilitarization of Iran, destruction of military forces, production facilities, naval fleet. Yeah, that's a war. You want Iran to completely demilitarize. You're going to war. Like, what are we talking about here? Elimination of the terrorist regime. So you want Iran to demilitarize, its regime to disband, right? And to ensure a treaty of some sorts or a deal that enforces the protection of the United States from current and future threats, and ensuring Iran does not possess nuclear weapons, which apparently was not fully obliterated earlier. But it's not a war, though. It's not a war, though. Don't get confused and say it's a war because it's not a war. If you say it's a war, you're a bad guy. You're a bad person. Anyway, let's see what I will go back to Jon Stewart. Let's see what Trump is saying.
It's a big deal, and he's doing a very.
Bro, there's so much. I don't know how Hassan can do this, bro. There's just so much news. There's so much stuff to talk about. Right? You can go out to Jon Stewart or John Oliver. Or you can go to CNN and be mad. Go to MSNBC and be mad. Go to Fox News and just, be normal about it because you didn't expect anything better in the first place. Like, you can look at journalists online. You can look at articles and read articles. You look at historical context. You can look at breaking points and other YouTube, interviews that are being done. You can scream "Fah!" and then go like that. Like, what do we like? I don't know how he does it, bro.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. We have a meeting with a man who's become a friend of mine, and we've known each other for a little while, and some very
that was uncalled for.
Interesting times. And
we get stomach of 30 minutes on every hour. That's true.
Our countries get along very well. We have a great affinity for each other, and the Chancellor has been very well received in Germany. He's a very, very successful man. Became the Chancellor of Germany, which is a big deal. and he's doing a very good job. In my opinion, a great job, very popular. And the relationship that we have in trade and everything else has been very strong. We've been able to do our deals, and it's been very strong. We'll obviously be talking a little bit about Iran today, and he's been no air's been out. So we'll see how doing very big trade deals, and those I know will work out too. So I just want to say it's a great honor to have you at the Oval Office.
Enjoy the chat. I'm gonna grab some more food.
The beautiful Oval Office, beautiful White House.
If he talks about Spain, let me know.
It's a special place, even from your standpoint, and you have some very special places too. And I look forward to being with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for having me here in this Oval Office for the third time now.
Yeah.
Really happy to have the opportunity to speak with you in these challenging times. We are on the same page in terms of getting this terrible regime in Tehran away, and we will talk about the day after, what will happen then if they are out. We have to talk about our trade agreement, which I would like to be in place as soon as possible. And we have to talk about Ukraine. There are too many bad guys in this world, actually, and this is an issue we have to talk about because we all want to see this war coming to an end as soon as possible. But Ukraine has to preserve its territory and their security interests, and well, we will talk about that.
We will.
Looking
indeed.
forward to that.
Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you
We'll have some
for your
interesting-
hospitality. Thank you for letting me spending the night in your guest house.
That's
It's a
right.
Very, very
good,
comfortable
Hope
place.
you liked it, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, great place.
That's
And
good.
a famous place.
That's
yeah.
good. Very
So
famous.
many former presidents.
That's
there.
right.
Yeah.
Very famous place. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, did Israel force your hand to launch these strikes against Iran? Did Netanyahu pull the United States into this war?
No, I might have forced their hand. You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators, great people, people that do this very successfully and have done it all their lives very successful. And based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand. But Israel was ready and we were ready, and we've had a very, very powerful impact because virtually everything they have has been knocked out now. Their missile count is going way down. Amazingly, they're hitting countries that were, you know, let's call them neutral, right? They lived together for a long time. I think they were surprised. I was surprised. I think and now those countries are all fighting against them and fighting strongly against them. Someday they'll write a story and they'll say why they did.
You can't even hear me. I would say it's such a silly thing. You can't even, like, I don't know how people can take it seriously with all these microphones just hanging right there. You know what I mean? So JD Vance is ugly. Sorry, that wasn't nice. How long until saying that's legal? Over under 6 months. How long until saying JD Vance is ugly is illegal?
Into this war.
No, I might have forced their hand. You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt.
Yeah, but based on what? Based on what? What do you mean? What you need to provide evidence of that. You can't just say I had a feeling in my bones. My bones always ache when Iran's going to attack us. My bones started to ache a little bit.
Strongly about that, and we have great negotiators, great people, people that do this very successfully and have done it all their lives, very successful. And based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand. But Israel was ready, and we were ready, and we've had a very, very powerful impact because virtually everything they have has been knocked out now. Their missile count is going way down. Amazingly, they're hitting countries that were, you know, let's call them neutral, right? They lived together for a long time. I think they were surprised. I was surprised. I think and now those countries are all fighting against them and fighting strongly against them. Someday they'll write a story and they'll say why they did that, but they hit countries that had nothing to do with what's going on. They were sort of leaving everything alone. All of a sudden they had missiles shot in, which shows you the level of evil that we're dealing with. They'll hit people that were actually at least somewhat friendly, and they had no.
At least somewhat friendly, bro. Yeah, they were housing U.S. military infrastructure. And they hit that U.S. military infrastructure. You know?
No problems with it. Also hitting only civilian places, hotels and apartment buildings, and we're hitting them.
That's not true.
Where it is much more appropriate, we're hitting them very hard. And the big.
Yeah, like a girls' school, bro. What a freaking liar, bro. Lying is OP, bro. Lying is so OP. It's so frustratingly OP. What do you do against it, you know? You can just say, nuh-uh. 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 We're the good guys. Nuh-uh. And then, like, we're supposed to just eat that, you know? Well, he said, nuh-uh. Those are the magic words.
Big scale hitting goes now. They no longer have air protection. They no longer have any detection facilities at all left. And so they're gonna be in for a lot of hurt. These are bad people. These are people that killed. I guess it's 35,000. It's coming out 35,000 over the last 3 weeks. Protesters, 35,000 violently killed. So these are bad people, and the leader of the pack is gone. And as you know, 49 people were taken out in the first hit, and I guess there was another hit today on the new leadership, and it looks like that was pretty substantial also. So they're getting hit very hard, and we'll see what happens. A lot of people are coming forward. A lot of the people you would least suspect want to quit. They want to have immunity. They're asking for immunity, and probably at some point they'll be dropping, as you would say, laying down their guns. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, we're just continuing to go forward. Our military is the #1 in the world by far, and we are. Everything's big in my book. Venezuela was big. This is big. The original hit, Midnight Hammer, was big. Everything you view is big, but it's not considered very big by some standards, by some of our standards. We have a military like no other military that's ever been built.
Mr. President, what's the worst case scenario that you have planned for in Iran?
If we any of this, you have peasant brain, 100%.
Well, I don't know if there's a worst case. We have them very much beaten militarily from the military standpoint. They're still lobbing some missiles. At some point, they won't even be able to do that because we're hitting all of their carriers. We're hitting all of their missile stock. You know, they built up all these missiles over the last few years. They had a lot of them. They've shot a lot of them, and we're knocking out a lot. I guess the worst case would be we do this, and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen. We don't want that to happen.
Did you hear they're running out of interceptor weaponry, so they're relocating some to Asia? No, I did not hear that. Who's running out?
Would probably be the worst. You go through this, and then in 5 years you realize you put somebody in who was no better.
Yes,
so I'd like to see somebody in there.
We
that's
are?
Gonna,
but we were so prepared for this.
bring it back for the people, and we'll see what happens with the people. You know, they have their chance, and we've said don't do it yet. If you're going to go out and protest, don't do it yet. It's very dangerous out there. A lot of
Wait, but you literally said go and do it.
But I would say that would be about the worst.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you think?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, you know, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody. But we have... I mean, Venezuela was so incredible because we did the attack and we kept government totally intact. And we have Delcy, who's been very good. We have the whole chain of command, and they've been, you know, the relationship's been great. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil already. And
like taken out as in like used, right? Not like destroyed.
That goes to them, and a big part goes to us. And it's been great. We paid for the war many times over, and we're going to be running the oil. And Venezuela is going to make more money than they ever made, and that's great for the people. The relationship has been great. It's been seamless. Nobody's actually ever seen anything like it.
I'll make sure that he didn't mean like he actually like took out the barrels of oil. Like if we can't have them, nobody can.
Back where very stupidly everybody was fired. The generals were fired, the military was fired, the police were fired, the fire departments were fired, and all of the government workers were fired. So after, you know, people would call, they had no idea. And by the way, ISIS was formed.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Jake.
Tell that girl to give it 8 months. Appreciate it.
I live when I believe.
Moving to a missile system from moving
just
bad missile
subscribe.
systems from Asia, which is a sign of low stock. We are so unserious, bro. Yo, best case scenario, the U.S. is like, well, we're out. So good luck, Israel. You're on your own, right? Worst case scenario is they're like, well, all we have left is this nuke. So, well, if we all dying anyway, so let's just hit it.
First, we have to finish off the military.
Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, is he an option at all in your mind?
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person, but it would seem to me that somebody that's there, that's currently popular, if there's such a person. But we have people like that. We have people that were more moderate. You know, these were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people.
Mr. President, what exactly was the imminent threat, Mr. President?
Not your turn. Not your turn, please.
Oh my goodness! I almost said a thing. Chat. It wouldn't have been good. He pissed me off. He pissed me off right there. I was pissed off for a second. I'll just think it. I'll think it really hard. There's no thought crimes yet.
Mr. President, are you going to take the heat off the Europeans to potentially help you? Mark Rutte called on the allies to also help you. And
What does that mean?
Well, you have to ask Mark Rutte. He said not as part of NATO, but to be helpful to you in this. And
Well, some of the European nations have been helpful, and some haven't, and I'm, you know, very surprised.
I want to know his answer to the other question, though. I'm listening here for no particular reason.
Germany's been great. He's been terrific. Others have been very good.
I'll save
terrific.
it.
I think that the head of NATO, Mark, is fantastic. Okay, Mark Rutte. I think he's fantastic. But some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases, and that's all right. We could
W Spain.
use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it.
You're cucks, EU. You are cucks. You're all cucks. You're being cucked. America's like, we will butt fuck you and you will just take it. We will take you and we will hold you down and we will kick you in the face and kick you in the balls and you just gotta take it and you gotta eat it and there's nothing you can do about it. And you're just like, yes, please. That's it. That's what he said. He said, we're in control. We do whatever we want to do. You can't tell us to not use our bases. You cannot tell us that, oh, we're going too far. Because, like, and this is the problem, right? This is how the U.S. drug all of the Gulf states into the war in the first place. Because they were utilizing the military infrastructure in their bases to strike at and attack Iran or to plan at striking Iran. And Spain was like, no, you can't. You're not pulling us into this. And Trump is like, you're not going to tell us no. There's no means no here. We're going to do whatever we want to do. You're going to suck it. And that's what he's saying. You're cucks. Europe, you're cucked. You're cucked to the U.S. and to Israel. Because it's basically the same entity at this point.
At my request, paid 5%. First of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it. Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases. And that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it. But we don't have to. But they were unfriendly.
Hello?
And so I told
them, it froze.
We don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people, but they don't have great leadership. And as you know, they were the only country that in NATO would not agree to go up to 5%. I don't think they agreed to go up to anything. They wanted to keep it at 2%, and they don't pay the 2%. So we're going to cut off all trade with Spain. We don't want anything to do with Spain. And I'm not, by the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made it for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
You think they're not white?
Invitations towards Germany. What can Germany do and what should Germany do to help you in this conflict?
Well, I think they're doing it. I mean, they're letting us land in certain areas, and that's, we appreciate it. And they're just making it comfortable. We're not asking them to put boots on the ground or anything. I mean, we're just they're a respected country. I have a very good relationship with the country. We have, in particular, now with this leader, with this new leader. I think he's an excellent leader. I had my differences with Angela. I said, you're hurting your country with immigration and you're hurting your country with energy. And we have a man sitting on my right that is, I think, pretty much the opposite of her on energy and the opposite on immigration. And I think he's doing very well.
Commercial air travel right now is severely restricted in the Middle East, and thousands of Americans are stranded. Why wasn't there an evacuation plan, and will you send planes to get people out?
Well, because it happened all very quickly. We thought, and I thought maybe more so than most, I could ask Marco, but I thought we were going to have a situation where we were going to be attacked. They were getting ready to attack Israel. They were getting ready to attack others.
Did I hear that? I heard it.
You're seeing that right now.
That's a fire alarm.
A lot of those missiles that are hitting in, those are stationary. Those were aimed there for a long period of time at these other countries. So I think I was right about that. We attacked first. And if we didn't, it could have been, you know, look, we're really decimating them. They're being decimated. And if we didn't, and by the way, we have massive amounts of ammunition. We have the high end. A lot of it was given away stupidly by Biden, very stupidly, for free. And I'm all for Ukraine, but they gave away a lot
Bro, he's still doing it. Europe, you're nothing to him. You are nothing to him. Like, that's, I just can't. I can't, bro. And y'all are still like, yes, please, Trump, give us whatever you want. We'll take it.
As you know, when I give away ammunition, everybody pays for it. The European Union's paying for it. Then they can do what they want with it, but they are giving it, let's say, to Ukraine, and it's okay. But we gave away a lot of high-end, but we have plenty. But we have unlimited middle and upper ammunition, which is really what we're using in this war. And we have really an unlimited supply. We also have a lot of the very high-end stored in different countries throughout the world. With this, we're literally storing it there, which is actually something that I insisted on in my first term. I rebuilt the military in my first term. The military is great. Unbelievable amount of ammunition, or munitions, as they say, we're given away to, the Wall Street Journal incorrectly covered the story when they said that it was given away to the Middle East. Not to the Middle East, it was given away to Ukraine. Very little was given to the Middle East. The Middle East would buy a lot, and some of the nations, because they're rich, they have a lot, but it was given away to Ukraine.
He called it a war? Oh, did he? I missed it. It was a war?
Unbelievable.
I thought it was a major military operation.
Of ammunition. Or
Sorry, he's so boring that I kind of zone out and I scroll on JJK Twitter on my other monitor. Because Trump is just, it's kind of boring. I'm listening.
As they say, we're given away to, the Wall Street Journal incorrectly covered the story when they said that it was given away to the Middle East. Not to the Middle East, it was given away to Ukraine. Very little was given to the Middle East. The Middle East would buy a lot, and some of the nations, because they're rich, they have a lot, but it was given away to Ukraine. And
bro, he's saying that Ukraine are freeloaders. I can't. That's so funny. Put in 2 times speed? You right. Yeah, I'll put it in 1.5.
Look, it's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, that war would have never happened. But we have a tremendous amount of ammunition at the upper level.
I mean, I don't believe him. Because he said that this war would never happen too. So, why is that guy there? Oh yeah, he's the Chancellor of Germany. He's another world leader. Trump is just completely ignoring. But he's also equally as cucked as the rest of Europe. And so he has to like sit there and take it. You know what I mean? Like, this blatant disrespect of Trump just completely ignoring him for like 20 minutes. He does that to everyone. I know. And that you have to kind of take it. You know who he doesn't do that to? Xi. Kim Jong-un. Who else? Actually, I haven't seen him meet Claudia Sheinbaum, so I don't know about that. Putin. To be fair, Putin's doing it to him. Trump just sits there and takes it for Putin. To be entirely fair. Bibi. And they're about on equal ground. Zoran is a good one too. He didn't do it for Zoran either. At this point, Europe is only not China over us because of racism. 100%. Because we are the worst allies. We are literally...
All of which is really powerful stuff.
Mr. President, question to both of
They said they were just testing the 3rd floor. Why? Not again, please. I beg. I beg. That scared the mess out of me, though.
you. How worried are you that the rising prices for gas and oil are damaging the American economy, and also was the Chancellor?
Yeah, sure. This is, of course, damaging our economies. This is true for the oil prices, and this is true for the gas prices as well. So that's the reason why we all hope that this war will come to an end as soon as possible. And we are hoping that the Israeli and the American army are doing the right things to bring this to an end and to have really a new government in place who is coming back to peace and freedom.
Yeah, something had to be done, and it's been 47 years. They've been killing people all over the world for a long time. They would be.
Also, yeah, he's calling it a war too. But apparently, according to the White House, it's not a war. Interesting. Interesting.
Of the roadside bomb. Soleimani, we killed him last term. If we didn't, I think it might be a different story today. They would have been much stronger and smarter than they are. But they did the roadside bombs. 95% of the people lost their legs, arms, had their face wiped out, just wiped out. I've seen some young people that it's so sad to watch. And that was almost all, 95% comes from Iran and with Soleimani. Soleimani loved his favorite weapon. He loved the roadside bomb. And when you see people walking around with no legs and no arms and a face that's been blown.
I won't say what I was going to say because they'd clip me. Their face wiped out, bro, as away with words. Yeah.
Blown to hell.
He did not say walking around.
Iran and with Soleimani. Soleimani loved his favorite weapon. He loved the roadside bomb. And when you see people walking around with no legs and no arms and
he has a way with words. He does have a way with words. How did this happen? Like, how does this guy get to the presidency? Blame Hillary Clinton.
a face that's been blown to hell. These people, what they have to go and the way they have to live. This is Iran. When you look at the barracks, the famous barracks, when you look at the hostages, when you look at a lot of hostages, when you look at all of the problems, they were really a purveyor of terror all over the world for many, many years. And it's something that had to be done, and I believe that if we didn't, because I see where Congress, if I didn't do this, guys like Schumer, who are losers, the Democrats are losers, that's why they're not here. Guys like Schumer would say, well, you should have done this. In other words, if I did it, it's no good. If I didn't do it, they would have said the opposite, that you should have done this. But most people feel, I'll tell you what, I have never had more compliments on something I did. People felt it's something that had to be done. So if we have a little high.
How long does he go for? Oh my goodness, he goes on for 20 more minutes, bro, and he's still going? Okay, we're gonna skip ahead a little bit.
We had
tariffs. Interesting.
We won on tariffs, actually.
Did we? Did we win on tariffs, or did the Supreme Court shut down your tariffs because they were unconstitutional? Is that a win to him? Actually, that's exactly what he planned for, Chad. You don't understand.
You actually won the case. We won on tariffs.
You won the case? That was you. The Supreme Court ruling against you and your tariffs is you winning the case. Okay. Sure. All right.
Decision that was wrong. It was a very bad decision from certain standpoints. From other standpoints, a very powerful decision because it reaffirmed all the fact that we have all these various forms of tariffs that we felt right, but it totally reaffirmed it. It said you can use all of these tariffs. So we have all these vast menus of tariffs, and tariffs have made our country very rich. We have to charge tariffs to nations who play with their money. They move their money up and down like a yo-yo. We have to take care of nations that have been good to us and fair to us, and we're going to take.
What does that mean? I have no idea.
Take care of them. Other nations, they haven't, and we haven't let them take advantage of us. But the whole thing with tariffs is we had a decision that, like, as an example, we have a license situation, and the license is something that allows us to immediately stop all business with nobody even knew we had this power, but we do now because of the decision. We have the right to stop all business having to do with a certain country. If a certain country is not treating us well, the president, without going to Congress, has the right to stop. Sort of interesting. I have the right to stop, but under that one law, I didn't have the right to charge them. So I have the right to license them, but I don't have the right to charge, which is frankly ridiculous. But the right was given to us by the Supreme Court. And we have the right, as an example, we talked about Spain. I could tomorrow stop, or today, even better, stop everything having to do with Spain. All business having to do with Spain. I have the right to stop it. Embargoes, do anything I want with it. And we may do that with Spain. What do you think?
Bro, it's like we're gonna put an embargo on Spain because they won't let us kill people from the bases we put in their borders. And he finally asked JD Vance, "What do you think we should do?" Which is kind of crazy to ask him just like on the spot in the middle of this like press briefing, instead of like, "Hey, JD Vance is over this," or "Marco Rubio is over this. Let him speak on this." He's like, "What are your thoughts, Jimmy?" Like as a teacher,
Embargoes, do anything having to do with Spain. All business having to do with Spain. I have the right to stop it. Embargoes, do anything I want with it. And we may do that with Spain. What do you think?
Well, sir, I think we're going to talk about it with you. I know that you have strong power. Clarify. We know you can use it. And use it.
Actually, I don't know who this guy is.
Sure, national economic security will do it.
Scott,
and his answer was just, we're gonna ask you what you're gonna think later. We're gonna ask you what you think later, Trump, and you can tell us what you think then. That's what we're gonna do. Thanks, bro. That's why you get paid the big bucks, I assume.
Sir, I agree. The Supreme Court reaffirmed your ability to implement.
Oh, Glaze, bro.
Embargo, and as we've talked from your first term, the Section 301s and the 232s that withheld.
Let's give him Glaze.
We've instituted a 15% tariff on everybody, as you know, and just used. I'll tell you, we had a couple of paragraphs written in that opinion that were really incredible. Justice Kavanaugh wrote a fantastic dissent, but in his dissent, he said
he wrote a fantastic dissent. Yeah, I'm sure Justice Kavanaugh did. He was still outruled. It's still illegal. Doesn't matter.
We just wanted to simplify it, and for some reason, I think very, very foolishly, the courts decided no. They said you can do it many other ways, and that's what we're doing. And what we've done is we've gone to a very simple, straight 15% tariff. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars in our country because of tariffs. So we've taken in all of this money, hundreds of billions of dollars, and honestly, it's made us very rich as a country. Right? So it's been doing good. When will you have the full plan implemented? We have a 5-month period, up to 5 months, where we can go at 15%. And while we're doing that, as you know, we're doing the various studies and things, and we'll be coming out with tariffs, different tariffs
already
for
at
different
1.5
countries.
times speed, by the way. We can go up to 2. Because I have YouTube Premium, I can go up to 3 now. Maybe even 4. Nah, I'll go to 2.
Do you want to talk about that?
Yes, sir. By the time the 5-month period is elapsed, the completed investigation under Section 301, Secretary Best talked about. We know there are countries out there with deals. We're very interested in keeping the deals. We need to go through and investigate all the unfair trading practices, the kinds of things we talked about, and make sure that we're protecting U.S. economic security.
They all want to stay in the deal, and so we'll probably be able to do that pretty easily.
After all, Iran won't be able to deliver drones to Russia anymore. So what does this more?
Oh my goodness, this is the second question. It's only about Ukraine. I'm sorry, Ukrainians. I know it's a very important issue for you, obviously. But like, gosh darn it. Can we just ask him to identify his reasoning as to why he believes Iran has nuclear weapons or capabilities of enriching nuclear to that degree, when literally nobody else thinks that ever at all? I'm a little bit more curious about that than like, Mr. President, when are you gonna give another $50 billion to Ukraine, please? You know what I mean? Like sure, but like, can we at least have him articulate, I don't know, why he's going to war with Iran with very, very little, if no provocation at all? That's a little bit more of a pressing question, in my personal opinion.
To Ukraine and having Chancellor Merz sitting next to you, who would you call if you want to talk to Europe? And Chancellor Merz, you've just been in China, the president.
Who are you? What country are you from?
I'm from Germany.
Okay, I thought so. I could say.
Wait, what did she say?
She likes you.
Oh, she's from Germany. And he said, I thought so, I can see. Bro cannot be normal around women. I've never seen him address a woman reporter with any level of respect. Look at her face, bro. Look at her face. What does a German look like? I don't know. What did he say? He basically was like, where are you from? She said, I'm from Germany. And he's like, okay, I thought so. You look like you're from Germany. And you're just like, what?
Talk to Europe. And Chancellor Merz, you've just been in China, the president.
Who are you? What country are you from?
I'm from Germany.
Okay, I thought so. I could say.
Because I thought so, I can see. He was a Sonic Biker interview with the billionaire Tom running for California governor. It's very funny. I have that on the docket. And I didn't see it purposely because I wanted to see see it live on stream.
She likes you.
I don't know. Will you be talking about China?
We'll be talking about China, yeah. Sure.
And what about you?
I'll be going to China in a little while.
Okay, enough of that. We love China here. Moving on.
Around the world, many of whom don't usually work together, working with the United States on Iran, whether it's Saudi Arabia working with the United States, Israel.
What do you mean don't normally work? Wait, okay. Don't normally work together. But they're an ally. They're a U.S. ally, very openly so.
Many of whom don't usually work together.
together, working with the United States on Iran, whether it's Saudi Arabia working with the United States, Israel, Qatari shooting down Iranian aircraft, and we've also seen European countries step up. Why are we seeing such unity around the world against Iran?
That's a great point.
It's not unity around the world. These are all places that are like U.S. allies that have bases in, like U.S. bases in their countries. Like, what are we talking about?
Look, they're just evil. They're it's not the politics; it's their whole philosophy. It's where they come from. It's terrible. Where they kill 35,000, I thought it was 32. Now it turns out it's much more than 35,000 people, and in some cases using machine guns with people that have no weapon. They have no weapon, and they're being machine gunned. They're being sniped from buildings. They're hitting the people with snipers right through the eyes.
When? The only thing that would be worse is that if they were sniping babies right through the eyes, and that has been proven with numerous testimonies from doctors who examined. He's talking about Gaza. You would think, but no, he's talking about Iran. He's not. No, he would never criticize Israel. But we'll get to the Democrats who are criticizing Israel now, which is interesting. We'll get to that in a second.
It's just a very evil ideology, and
what's the ideology?
Nobody's really seen anything like it. As I said, even the fact that they've attacked all of their neighbors, and the neighbors weren't attacking. They thought they'd maybe sit it out or what. They've hit Qatar, they've hit UAE, they've hit Saudi Arabia, they've hit Oman. They were helping us negotiate. They got hit. Everybody got hit because they're evil and they're bad. It's a bad scene.
Oh, thanks, bro. They're evil and they're bad. Cool.
Somebody had to do it, and it should have been done sometime during a 47-year period because so much death has been caused by them. So much unbelievable death. From Germany, too. Germany's been hit. Everybody's been hit by them. It's an evil ideology. And I've never been, look, I've done a lot of good things. So many people are saying, thank you, thank you, thank you. You see it in the streets of Los Angeles. They have thousands of people. I saw it the other day, pictures of Donald Trump. And I'm looking, I'm on the phone, probably talking to you. And I'm looking, and I see my picture. I say, oh, no, it's another, protest. I see and then I started saying, boy, they were very friendly people. And then I saw a woman hugging the picture of me. I said, what's going on? And it turned out to be these are Iranian people that live in the United States. Thousands and thousands. You saw the rallies. And in New York, too, they had a big rally. My pictures all over the place. The fact is that people are happy what we did. And you could never, and I've always said it, you could never have had true peace in the Middle East if Iran was allowed to go, even beyond the nuclear. If Iran was allowed to have look at all the missiles they built. A lot have been now taken out by us, and a lot of...
Bro said, look at all the missiles they've built. Dog, you put missiles in every surrounding country, pointing at them. And you gave Israel freaking, I don't even know how many bombs. Just too many bombs to count.
Have been expended, but they have thousands of missiles in a fairly short period of
time.
So
if that is indicative of like Iran being evil, what is all the missiles that the U.S. has? What is that indicative of? What about Israel? And all the weapons that they have? 20 military bases around the world. I thought it was 900 military bases around the world. 800, 900. There's a lot of bases around the world.
And I'll go two things. The attack that we did, known as Midnight Hammer, had we not done that, Iran would have had a very powerful nuclear weapon within 1 month. We did it. It was great timing, but, and you've been able to see that too.
Yeah, they were always 1 month away.
The other thing was Barack Hussein Obama made maybe the worst deal I've ever seen because he gave all power in the Middle East to Iran. He went the exact opposite way, and I terminated that. If I didn't terminate that deal, they would be sitting with a massive nuclear weapon 3 years ago, which would have been used already on Israel at least, and other countries also. And we wouldn't be talking about it right now. But if I didn't terminate the deal that Obama made, giving them everything, including plane loads of cash. Do you remember the airplane flew over there? It was a Boeing 757. There was 2 of them, loaded. They took out all the seats. It was loaded with green cash. So much cash that you could, it was in Virginia, Maryland, and Washington, D.C.
Wait, what are you talking about? I tuned out for 2 seconds.
Cash from all the banks. They put it, and they flew it to Iran. I never knew a president had that power. I'm going to maybe try it sometime if it's okay. I think I'm going to do it. I'll fly it somewhere. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. 2 planes loaded from floor to ceiling. Big planes, Boeing 757s. taken over there and given cash. In addition to that, he was giving them billions of dollars. But worse, he was giving them the right to have the path to a nuclear weapon. And that deal expired. A lot of people said, oh, you terminated it. Well, it was going to be terminated anyway because it expired. It gave them the right to have top-of-the-line nuclear weapon. If they had, because they're crazy. They're crazy. Just like the people on my right during the State of the Union. I looked at them, I said, you're crazy? These people are crazy. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. All right, how about one or two more? Go ahead, please.
You just heard that the president is thinking about punishing Spain. What are your thoughts obviously on this, and what can you do to
Well, the answer on that is quite simple. We are trying to convince Spain to catch up with the 3% or 3.5%, which we agreed on in NATO. And as the president said, it's correct. Spain is the only one who is not willing to accept that. And we are trying to convince them that this is a part of our common security, that we all have to comply with these numbers. And this is 3.5 for military and another 1.5 for our military infrastructure. So Spain has to comply with that.
Spain has been very, very uncooperative. And so has UK. Now, the second one is shocking, but this is not the age of Churchill. I will say the UK has been very, very uncooperative with that stupid island that they have, that they gave away and took a 100-year lease, having to do with perhaps indigenous people claiming the island that never even saw the island before. What's that all about? And they ruin relationships. It's a shame. It's and that country, UK, and I love that country. I love it. My mother was born there. I love it. My mother was born there. My father was born. Right, he knows all about my father. My father was born there, so for places that you sort of automatically very, very feel warmly about. But the UK, what they're doing with energy and what they're doing with immigration is horrible. You have the North Sea. Somebody said yesterday, what would you do if you were the UK? Open up the North Sea. They got windmills all over the place that are ruining the country, ruining the landscapes, ruining the beautiful fields. Open up the North Sea. It's one of the greatest. Think of it. They buy their energy from Norway, which gets the energy, the oil, from the North Sea. So Norway drills in the North Sea and sells it to UK. And UK has a better part of the North Sea. Open up that and...
I think it is funny how, like, Keir Starmer was the first world leader to come out after the U.S. struck Iran to be like, we agree with the strike. We would have done it too if we were involved, but they didn't involve us because we're not that cool. And in response, this is Trump's response. This is what you get for loyalty to Trump. And the UK leaders never learn. Like, not UK leaders. Well, yes, UK leaders, but also EU leaders. EU leaders never learn. They don't. They're still cut to freaking Trump. He will dick swing and like literally like dog walk them. He only respects China and Russia and a little bit Mexico. Claudia Sheinbaum, just a little bit, not a lot. But and North Korea. He respects Russia, China, North Korea, in New York City. Yeah, well, I think we're talking about 4 nations, and slightly the UK, Mexico. And that's literally it. He gives 2 flying flips about or he doesn't get 2 flying flips about freaking the EU or any of Europe. Not at all.
Number 2, illegal immigration. They got to solve that problem. And I must say, that's not only UK. That's other parts of the European Union.
I think it's less that and more that he respects anybody that portrays a little bit of strength. You know what I mean? The EU does. It's like he wants to be challenged a little bit. You know, he's kind of like that. It's like one of his kinks, right? He wants to be challenged. He wants to have his authority challenged. He's like, okay, you can stick it to me, right? He likes to be nagged a little bit. That's it. The EU just keeps bending over backwards for him. He's like, I don't like that. That doesn't get my rocks off. You know. My last session, he wants to be out Trumped. Yeah. And he gets walked by Putin, so he loves Putin, right? He gets walked by Xi, so he loves Xi. He's walked by Zoran, so he loves Zoran. He's a big, powerful man. He likes big, powerful people. Like he'll give Claudia Sheinbaum some respect, right? Who doesn't like an aggressive partner? Apparently not the EU, because they're getting they're getting turned out, and they're just like, we don't really like this. Well, actually, no, maybe they love it. I don't know. The EU is just sitting down and taking it, you know? So Trump is a sub? Noise. Trump's like a brat, you know, he wants to be put in his place a little bit.
Immigration and energy. The energy is through the roof, the highest in the world. And the immigration was, I mean, you know, you have places where, in the UK, you have a terrible mayor of London, terrible, he's an incompetent guy, but you have Sharia courts. You don't have Sharia courts, you don't want Sharia courts, you have Sharia courts adjudicating law. So it's very simple. Immigration, very importantly, immigration and energy. And you bring it back.
He's saying
Otherwise,
the UK has Sharia courts? Stop. He's saying that the UK has Sharia courts? Okay, I guess. Sharia courts that are adjudicating a Sharia law. All right, I guess, sure. And Keir Starmer's gonna see this and be like, "Thank you, Trump, for saying this about us. Please step on us some more, please."
Okay. One more. Go ahead.
I have a question for the Chancellor.
Yes, please.
To the Chancellor, you've called for unity and joint force in this moment against Iran. What does that look like to you? And then, Mr. President, where is getting a deal with Russia and Ukraine on your priority list right now?
So we, as I said in Germany the last 2 days, we are supporting the United States and Israel to get rid of this terrible terrorist regime, and we are looking forward to a day after, and we have to talk about the strategy, what is following after this regime is away, and we have to strategize on this entire region, and we are having a high interest in common approach and common work and what we can do, and this is important not just for the Americans. This is extremely important for Europe and extremely important for Israel and their security.
Sean,
so we are really looking forward to find ways how to deal.
Burnified, think of it 3 months.
And as far as Russia, Ukraine, where is it on my priority list? Very high. We thought that. I thought
Also, the third Ukraine question. This like 45 minutes basically. It's only been 5 questions asked, and 3 of them have been for Ukraine. Dog, get it through your heads. He doesn't care about Ukraine. I'm sorry. Maybe you shouldn't have supported Trump so hard. Maybe you should push for Biden to come back or something. Not like he cared about Ukraine like that either, but like at least the Democrats pretended to care.
Settled 8 wars, and actually maybe one more than that, but minimum 8 wars, big ones. Potential India, Pakistan, big wars, very important, big ones. I thought this was going to be much easier than it is. There's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. Tremendous hatred. I've seen a lot of hatred in my life, but I think this is about top scale. I believe it's going to happen. Sometimes I blame one, sometimes I blame the other. I think it's going to happen. But it's high on my list.
Bro, he hates Ukraine, bro. He's like, listen, sometimes I'll blame Putin, but like most of the time it's Zelensky's fault. I blame him too. Like imagine you had your country invaded by this superpower, and the other superpower who's supposed to be on your side is like, listen, it's kind of your fault, you know? Maybe you should just roll over and die a little bit. He hates Ukraine. And Europeans are still like, please help Ukraine out. And he's like, no. Why would I do that?
That it affects the United States so much because it's very far away. But last week, and for the last 4 weeks actually, 32,000 soldiers died. 32,000. And it's been averaging 25 to 30,000 soldiers a month have been dying in that stupid war. And I'd love to see it ended. It's the worst that there has been since World War II.
If you can't get a deal, what will that mean for you?
All you can do is do your best. You know, it takes 2 to tango, and they have to get along. They have to be able to talk to each other. They hate each other a lot. That has an impact. You know, it really has an impact. It's bad for both. The saddest is that if the election weren't rigged, my election, that war would have never taken place. And you know what else wouldn't have taken place? Allowing 25 million people to pour through an open border. That wouldn't have taken place. A lot of things would have been different.
Okay,
But,
he's also running that rigged line, which is kind of funny.
But we're doing very well, and I think a big factor in this world and future factor is what we're doing right now with Iran. If we don't stop them, or if we didn't stop them, or if we didn't start, they've been decimated. But if we didn't do what we're doing right now, you would have had a nuclear war, and they would have taken out many countries. Because you know what? They're sick people. They're mentally ill, sick people. They're angry. They're crazy. They're sick. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we actually got to the end of it. I've never watched a full Trump thing. This is only 30 minutes though. It felt like an hour. Yeah. No, I can't do it. I can't do impressions right now. So Jasmine Crockett stuff, the elections today. Covered this. Do you have any immediate family in the military? No. My grandfather was drafted in back in the day, but he passed away, so. And he's retired. So now I don't have any immediate family in the military. Dicks. North Carolina is today too, I think. Yes, North Carolina elections are still happening. How many primaries are happening? A lot, actually. There's primaries happening in North Carolina because they keep freaking texting me, bro. Leave me freaking alone, bro. Yeah, there's a lot of primaries happening. Also, yes. No, I did not see the cursed peanut Asmon tat. I did see a TikTok that I thought was funny. Hold on. Also, I keep seeing TikTok videos of people ducking on Kiba. And it's so freaking funny because Kiba is literally like, that's an L. Imagine you're in the Naruto universe and your jutsu is just freaking it's just dog. Your jutsu is just dog. Like all you have is fang over fang, bro. Or all fours jutsu. It's so rough. That's so rough. Bro, okay, my TikTok is literally dying. This one. Hello?
Check the news? Yeah, I'm good.
I have a Bird Peanut stream.
Check the news? Yeah, I'm good. Guys, you gotta realize, at the end of the day, I just don't fucking care about bombs or people dying.
Stop. What is happening? Stop. What is going on?
Or whatever. I am a streamer. It's not like my job is to be online. I wake up, eat burgers, go to sleep, repeat. You feel me?
Fuck everybody everywhere, all right, guys?
I mean, yes, I have fans that are in the IDF that wrote on missiles, a little bit of goop, but just imagine.
Yeah, see, I didn't know about this one.
But just IDF that wrote on missiles, a little bit of goop.
I didn't know about this one. This was news to me.
But just imagine how funny it's gonna be when they bomb a place and they're just like, a little bit of goop, a little bit of goop. Ramadan? More like never heard of done. I mean, no, seriously, what even is that, like Christmas?
Bro, please shut the fuck up, you're literally 40.
We're gonna do a little Q&A here. I need you guys to remember something about me, okay? Whenever you leave my streams, I just need you to know this one thing.
What could it possibly be, P5?
The guy you guys voted to be president, I like that guy. And his ideals, I like that guy, okay? I don't care who he's bombing, what children he's killing. If he was in the list, who gives a fuck? I like that guy.
Wait, what?
Check the news? Yeah, I'm good.
It's a good impression of the Burnt Peanut. It's kind of how he is. I will not be falling for the Burnt Peanut propaganda. I will not be falling for the Burnt Peanut propaganda. Indeed. There's just Jon Stewart that I want to look at as well. I did also want to look at the freaking I got confused. Billionaire guy, yeah. Tom Steyer. Because I heard that he fumbled, which honestly did not surprise me in the slightest. And to be fair, I told him and his team that if they go to talk to Assad, they have to be aware that they're going to a space that is pretty hostile to billionaires, and they should come prepared. Did you set that up? I didn't set it up. I just said that they should talk to Hassan. And they went. They got Hassan's contact, and then asked to go on Hassan's stream, and Hassan said yeah. But from what I've heard of people saying about it, he came woefully unprepared. The guy was out of touch. I think his team is good. I think he has a good team. Sorry, I was going to send their shooters after you now. Nah. Again, I think he has a good team who's aware of these things. But Tom Steyer is just, he's an old billionaire guy who is out of touch. I know clearly the guy was, but I was embarrassed watching parts of it. Yeah, I also want to look at this. No, we'll do the Cori Bush thing for right now because it's quicker. And then we'll finish Jon Stewart, and then we'll get to the Tom Steyer thing.
So first he came out.
My son having all these random people on. Did you have his favorite Jewish Shot the Black on? Nah. Black History Month's over.
Now the gentleman you lost to is a brother. Do you have any relationship with him at all?
We were friends.
Really?
We were friends, and so
all right,
much.
So Cori Bush on a Wesley Bell running against her behind her back for $8 million.
Now the gentleman you lost to is a brother. Do you have any relationship with him at all?
We were friends.
Really?
We were friends, and so much so to where my dad even went to one of his events when he would. So first he came out saying he was running against Josh Hawley. We all know Josh Hawley, Republican out of Missouri, who became. I think he got some more notoriety at the insurrection when he put up the fist outside the Capitol.
Mm-hmm.
So he said he was running against him. He called him the greatest threat to America and to democracy. My dad got all of his friends to come to one of his fundraisers, and my dad gave him a check. 2 weeks later, he announced he was running against me.
Yeah, he used your dad's money to run against you.
But before that, we had worked together on different issues. We had been at events together. We were cool. Like, we would talk on the phone. But what I did, though, because people kept calling me saying, Cori, he's running against you. Like, it's a lie that he's running against Josh Hawley. And so I called him one day.
Mm-hmm.
I called him and I said, hey, getting this.
Fuck, nigga?
Yeah. But I was like, okay, let me just tell you what people are saying, because a whole article came out in our biggest newspaper in town saying that it was really a lie. So I called him. I'm like, hey, why am I hearing all of these things about you running against me? And you said you're running against Josh Hawley. Oh, sis, no, I'm not. I would never run against.
Yeah, no. That's black card revoking shit. You don't do that. That's crazy, bro. It be your own people. It be your own people, bro. That's dirty. That's dirty.
I wouldn't. You won your race the way I did. I would never run against you. And so I, because he started doing then I hit record, and I recorded it. And so it turns out, he lied, and so I lost all respect for dude. Because the thing is, if we're friends, you can run against. This is a democracy. You can run against somebody. Like, that's not my issue. But at least, like, be upfront. Say that. Hey, this is what I want. But when AIPAC comes to you, Hill Harper sat with you all a year, 2 years ago, and talked about how AIPAC came to him and asked him to run against Rashida Tlaib for $20 million, and he turned it down. well, the guy that's in the seat now in my community, he didn't turn the money down.
Just listening to it literally is like the shows that we watch on
Dirty.
TV, like what goes down.
And like, how am I supposed to trust you with anything if this is how you moving? You know, if you can't even stand for your friends, how do you think you're gonna stand for your people? You know? Yes, no, Wesley gets the smoke. I don't care what he stands for, what he tries to position himself as, try to position himself as like pro Epstein's victims. I can't trust you for nothing. You can turn your back on your friends. Who's to say you won't turn your back on the victims? Who's to say if somebody comes to you with some money, right, being like, hey, drop this Epstein thing, you won't be like, yes, please. Yes, Master, whatever you say, Master. Because you already selling out. Crazy. You know that chorus guy loves Wesley Bell? Of course he does. He's racist, as most of the chorus people are. Dating arguments taking for the 12 months.
Bad timing for message.
Much appreciated. But yeah, it's just like, and because that's the problem with the liberals. The liberals are like, yeah, we support a black man, Wesley Bell, even though that's coming at the expense of Cori Bush, who's more progressive than he is and not bought by AIPAC, right? But then, like, if being real, like, leftists kind of abandoned Cori Bush to lose to Wesley Bell, right? And again, the issue and the problem is that it was before, you know, people really cared about, you know, because again, I think leftists also have the problem is like not caring about elections until it gets really bad. It's not just the liberals who have that problem. It takes until like things get super bad for like leftists to even be like, okay, maybe we should tune into these elections things in the first place. Right, especially if it's a black woman, yeah. And so I feel like, and it also happened to Jamal Bowman as well. Both lost their seats to AIPAC contenders, right? And it was kind of just like, you kind of just let them flounder on their own. How do you feel about what Hassan said regarding not liking Newsom for 2028, the third party vote? I mean, I covered that extensively in the past. So you can check out the other VODs for it. But Newsom sucks. But now he's positioning himself as like being against AIPAC to try to win the presidency. Did y'all see that as well? Here's this one from this Democrat. The Democrats are finally like positioning themselves against AIPAC, which is where I think I saw this in the chat as well. I think it's where Tom Steyer failed yesterday if he didn't do that. Let's see, Gavin Newsom. Or positioning themselves against Israel. Thank you. This is it. Yeah. Right, now I have Newsom out here being like, why did we help Israel kill little girls? Because he realized the tide shift to a certain extent.
We have to reconcile why our bombs were used, or Israeli bombs were used, to kill children, young girls at a school, and what the imminent threat was. It hasn't been described. We have to
that's not even what he said.
Reconcile why our...
Why would you put this in quotation marks if that's not what he said? He didn't say, why did we help Israel kill little girls? He says we have to understand why our bombs or Israeli bombs were used to kill little girls. That's not the same thing. Gosh freaking darn it. But this one is an example of that. Where this is Warner, there's no imminent threat to the United States by the Iranians. There's a threat to Israel. If we equate a threat to Israel as the equivalent to an immediate threat to the US, then we are in uncharted territory. This is correct as well. Pamphlets is a horrible account, always just like this. That's so gross. Because this is like, it may be like jokes or memes or whatever. This is running defense for Newsom. Right? Giving him more credit than he deserves for actually being and calling out the way that we engage with Israel. Because we did help Israel kill little girls. Right? This is propaganda for Gavin Newsom, funnily enough.
Let's also be clear. I've said before, I've said now, there was no imminent threat to the United States of America by the Iranians. There was a threat to Israel. If we equate a threat to Israel as the equivalent of an imminent threat to the United States, then we are in uncharted territory. We have seen the goals for this operation change now, I believe, 4 or 5 times.
Right, and this is unprecedented, right? Because a threat to Israel has been seen, right, by both parties as a threat to the United States, right? So finally, Democrats are waking up to be like, yeah, maybe we should question as to why that is, right? And why are we positioning Israel as like a part of the United States, right? And if Israel wants to be a part of the United States, then like they have to answer to United States officials, play under the United States rules, right? But you can't simultaneously be a sovereign state, right? But also, you know, an arm of us, right? I just want more like Israel as a state as a tumor on the United States rather than an actual appendage, right? Or a parasite, just like sucking up all the resources and the weaponry that we keep giving so that they can have healthcare. We don't get to have healthcare to justify its own existence. It's a hard sell when we don't even value our own citizens like that. That's kind of the point, right? Israelis get free healthcare. We don't get it. We don't get free healthcare. You know what I mean? But they get bombs and weaponry that like Ukraine doesn't get, even though they're in the same positionality. Neither are like, you know, a part of the U.S. But it's perceived as different. A threat to Israel is seen as a threat to the United States for some reason. And like this is finally waking up like Congress people, Democrats to be like, hey, why is that the case? Maybe that shouldn't be the case. You know? I thought this was Wolf Blitzer for a second. No, this is France 24. I was like, why is Wolf Blitzer on France 24?
Noga Tarnopolsky. Noga, of course, is our correspondent in Jerusalem. Noga, good evening to you. Can we start with the situation regarding Iran's attacks on Israel and Israel's policy?
It's okay, the Israeli checks not go through or something. Well, I think they're realizing that it's just unpopular. Israel's just an unpopular entity.
Words of Benjamin Netanyahu we heard, and Yair Lapid, they're saying Israel is tired of containing these kind of problems. What is your sense of where we go from here?
I think, Mark, that we are really at a juncture, really at the end of the third day of this new war that could go in many different directions, any of them very consequential. There are noises being heard just in the last hour or two that Qatar and the United Arab Emirates may be running out of their anti-missile missiles that have been extremely successful in protecting their countries from Iranian attack, and that they might be looking for some way to persuade Donald Trump to give him an off-ramp, some way to persuade him to cut this campaign short. That said, all of what we heard today from Trump himself, from his Secretary of Defense or War, Pete Hegseth, and certainly from the Israeli leadership, all of it points to a very long campaign. And regarding what the head of the Israeli opposition, Yair Lapid, said, I think it's a complex situation in Israel. is true that Israelis are tired of containing threats, but it is also true that Israelis don't have much confidence in their current leadership, and they're just plain tired. So, with 12 funerals today, Israelis are feeling a pretty heavy hit on the civilian population. Life here has been completely interrupted. And with Israeli.
Then why did they strike? LeBron actually manages to take out BB. I don't even. I will wait for official reporting to see if that is ever the case. Is what I will say. Maybe he's in Germany. There was footage of him visiting the sites of strikes by Iran in Israel at some point. So whether that came before or after he went to Germany, or whether he's actually in Germany, that's, you know, there's purposeful obfuscation about where BB is for this exact reason, you know, because he's a scared little baby. Even though he's so fine with dunking on like the Iranian leadership for being targeted, he's just like, well, you know, please leave me alone, please no strike where I am.
Insistence, the Israeli leadership's insistence that the aim of this campaign is regime change, and yet no real plan for regime change being presented, there are some questions beginning to be raised.
But it's not for regime change, but it is. But it's not. Have you not seen what they said? Or they changed it? They changed it again? What a surprise. I love going to war for like no reason, literally at all. Having a list of 10 reasons that may potentially work, you just kind of cycle through them to see which one the American people agree with. You know what I mean?
By Israelis, perhaps not Mr. Lapid, but others, about how exactly this is going to proceed.
Indeed. I think people are raising that same question over in the United States as well because of Donald Trump's pronouncements, which have been along the lines of, I think the exact quote was kicking the crap out of them. I think that was the actual turn of phrase that he used, which basically is saying one thing, but it's not saying there's any kind of plan afterwards. And this is a very disturbing thing in terms of what happens next, because they could just create a power vacuum, and then who knows where that goes. I'm wondering about, from your perspective, how things will develop there, because clearly we've seen as well as the damage of missiles.
The Polish excuse works, yeah. Most support in chat. Thank you for the 13 months. Second dude to help is to give you a sub. He's talking about all this stuff. Thank you. I appreciate it. 4 or 5 weeks or a few years. Got it. Listen, I don't think they can do a global war on terror again. I don't think they can pull that with the American people. I genuinely do not believe they can pull that with the American people.
Getting through the Iron Dome defenses of Israel and hitting targets in Israel. We've seen the reaction from the politicians. At the same time, Israel launching an operation against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Again, sort of that taking out a senior member of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad organization. What is the aim and objective there?
The situation in Lebanon is actually fascinating and in some way could be really fateful. Israel did launch a significant campaign today in Lebanon, specifically in the Dahya in south of Beirut, aimed at Hezbollah targets, and this has caused more than 20,000 Lebanese to flee their homes, to the best of my knowledge. That said, the Lebanese government really has lashed out against Hezbollah in a way that is simply has no precedent. The Lebanese prime minister said that any Hezbollah military actions are illegal and prohibited. And we've even heard late this afternoon from one of the tribal leaders in southern Lebanon that for decades have either supported Hezbollah or kept quiet about this sort of Hezbollah state within a state in the south of Lebanon, this time put out a statement clearly declaring their allegiance to the Lebanese state and their opposition to Hezbollah's efforts, as they perceive it, to drag Lebanon into another war. So this actually may be, despite the violence we saw today, this may be a rare success story. In other words, Hezbollah's attack on Israel was significant, but did not cause significant damage. it may indicate that Hezbollah's power really has been significantly degraded. And if Lebanon manages to take charge here, we may be seeing a sea change in at least this one country that has been very strongly backed by the United States and by France in its efforts to reconstitute the
I did see
institutions of
Barron was training yesterday. And honestly, I'm with it. I agree. Barron should be on the front lines.
the state.
Send all politicians' kids first. Sorry. It's like L. Draft of politicians' kids, Hunger Games style.
Olga, as always, thank you very much indeed for the clarity you bring to what is continually a complex situation. Olga Tarnopolsky, our correspondent there in Jerusalem. Thank you very much indeed, Olga.
John Fetterman's son to the front. You know what? Send John Fetterman too. Why not? Ow! My freaking hands. I just send the kids. Send them to exactly. I'm right there with you. Here, I'll be right back.
Purpose. The purpose of this is to destroy that missile capability. Why does Iran want that ballistic missile capability? What they are trying to do and have been trying to do for a very long time is build a conventional weapons capability as a shield where they can hide behind. Meaning, there would come a point where they have so many conventional missiles, so many drones, and it can inflict so much damage that no one can do anything about their nuclear program. That is what they were trying to do, is put themselves in a place of immunity where the damage they could inflict on the region would be so high that no one can do anything about their nuclear program or their nuclear ambitions. They are producing, by some estimates, over 100 of these missiles a month. Compare that to the 6 or 7 interceptors that can be built a month. They can build 100 of these a month, not to mention the thousands of one-way attack drones that they also have. They've been doing this for a very long time, and by the way, they've been doing it under sanction. You see the attacks they're conducting right now? They're attacking airports, they're attacking hotels, they're hitting not just military bases, they're attacking our embassies directly, they're attacking facilities that have nothing to do with war or with military, and that's a weakened Iran. That's in Iran despite years of sanction. Imagine a year from now, or a year and a half from now, the capabilities they would have to inflict damage on us. It's an unacceptable risk, especially in the hands of a regime that's run by radical clerics. The Ayatollah was a radical cleric. That entire regime is led by radical clerics who don't make geopolitical decisions. They make decisions on the basis of theology, their view of theology, which is an apocalyptic one. That has to be taken very seriously as well. So that was the purpose for what this operation is all about. That's what it's focused on. As the President said earlier today, it is on or ahead of schedule. I will defer to the Department of War to discuss the progress being made at a tactical level, but it was the right decision and an important decision for the safety and security of the world.
Is the President defending and does Congress
No.
have to weigh in? And was there an imminent threat? Did you tell lawmakers that there was an imminent
There
threat?
absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded, because the Department of War assessed that if we did that, if we waited for them to hit us first after they were attacked, and by someone else, Israel attacked them, they hit us first, and we waited for them to hit us, we would suffer more casualties and more deaths. We went proactively in a defensive way to prevent them from inflicting higher damage. Had we not done so, there would have been hearings on Capitol Hill about how we knew that this was going to happen and we didn't act preemptively to prevent more casualties and more loss of life.
The U.S. was forced to strike because of an impending Israeli action?
No, let me two things I would say. Number one is, no matter what, ultimately this operation needed to happen. That's the question of why now. But this operation needed to happen because Iran in about a year or a year and a half would cross the line of immunity, meaning they would have so many short-range missiles, so many drones, that no one could do anything about it because they could hold the whole world hostage. Look at the damage they're doing now. And this is a weakened Iran. Imagine a year from now. So that had to happen. Obviously, we were aware of Israeli intentions and understood what that would mean for us, and we had to be prepared to act as a result of it. But this had to happen no matter what.
Secretary, President Trump said overnight that his top choices to now run Iran were killed in the strikes. Does the United States have a firm plan for how they intend to handle this power vacuum in Iran to ensure that an Iranian hardliner does not take power?
So two things, and two things can be true. Number one is our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's our objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and of their naval capabilities.
So are you saying, based on that, are you saying that there is no responsibility, no plan for the U.S. to at least play a role in whatever government comes next?
We might. We'll see how circumstances play out. But I'm telling you what the objectives of this operation are. The objectives of this operation are to destroy their ballistic missile capability and make sure they can't rebuild it, and make sure that they can't hide behind that to have a nuclear program. That's the objective of the mission. That said, abundantly clear, we would love for there to be an Iran that's not governed by radical Shia clerics. As I've said myself repeatedly for years, the leadership of that country does not reflect the people of Iran, and I think that's been pretty apparent in the protests that you've seen. If there's something we can do to help them down the road, we'd obviously be open to it, but that's not the objective. The objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capability.
What did he say? It was not his mission. Was not the mission.
We would love for there to be an Iran that's not governed by radical Shia clerics, as I've said myself repeatedly for years.
Yeah, but the U.S. is governed by radical, evangelical, white Protestant Christian. So could China be like, all right, trying to decapitate the heads of the of state of the U.S.? Did it proactively? Did a defensive attack? Or was it I missed that in the discussions? Sorry, I was making a sandwich. Because if you retaliate, if I hit you, I have to hit you first. Of course. Obviously. That's only fair, right?
The leadership of that country does not reflect the people of Iran, and I think that's been pretty apparent in the protests that you've seen.
Okay, well, people in the U.S. protest as well. No King's protest is literally people protesting being like the unpopular current regime of the U.S. So again, could China come in and murder the leaders of the U.S. because they think that that's not it's not valid?
If there's something we can do to help them down the road, we'd obviously be open to it, but that's not the objective. The objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capability.
Regime change has not gone well for the United States.
The what now?
Regime change has not gone well for the United States for many, many decades. How do you
True.
assure the American public that things will not get worse for the next regime that comes in there and replaces the
Well, we would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the president has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer.
But that's sure.
As the president has said, he would love for the people of Iran to use this as an opportunity to rise up and remove these leaders. They've been wanting to remove them from a long time. We've seen successive waves of protests, and we've seen them slaughter people. Okay? But the objective of this mission is to make sure they don't have these weapons that can threaten us and our allies in the region. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. And while we would love to see a new regime, the bottom line is no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles and they're not going to have these drones to threaten us. That's the objective of this mission, is to deny them the ability to use ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten
But they didn't do that. So you know what I mean? They didn't do anything. You're attacking them so they may not potentially attack you in the future, sure, I guess. But there's no evidence that they were going to do anything. They're not even trying. Where's Colin Powell to lie about WMDs? You know what I mean?
Presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ambition. We were not going to let them hide behind that, and that's why this was such a critical mission to undertake now while they were at their weakest point, and not a year from now where they could inflict even more damage and perhaps already be behind that point of immunity. Go right here behind. Go ahead, you and then you. Yes.
Your critics in Congress have said that they should have a role, they should be able to weigh in here, and there are going to be war powers resolutions votes in Congress later this week. Why not notify Congress ahead of this, and does Congress...
Well, we did. We notified Congress. I mean, we notified the Gang of Eight. We notified congressional leadership. There's no law that requires us to do that. The law says we have to notify them 48 hours after beginning hostilities. We've done that. I think the notification went today. But we did notify members of Congress in advance. But we can't notify 535 members of Congress.
Vote to authorize the war.
The Congress can vote on whatever they want, but there's no law that requires us to do that. And I want to say something because I see people on TV. Look, that's fine. If they want to take a war powers vote, they can do that. They've done that. They've done that a bunch of times. But there's no, people keep saying that there's no law that requires the president to have done anything with regards to this. To begin with, no presidential administration has ever accepted the War Powers Act as constitutional. Not Republican presidents, not Democratic presidents. That said, we have followed the notification at 48 hours. We're here today. I've done more Gang of Eight briefings than I got in the 4 years that Biden was president and I was a member of the Gang of Eight. All of that said, we've complied with the law 100%. And we're going to continue to comply with it. We've done the notification, and we officially to Congress, but we did notify members of Congress. We just can't notify 535 people. That's not possible, but we did the Gang of Eight twice. I briefed them last week, and then I called them the night before the operation.
Can you tell us what you know, Mr. Secretary of the Administration?
But that wouldn't be 48 hours if that's the case. The night before is not 48 hours. Am I tripping?
The strike on a building in southern Iran, the Iranians are saying there's a school, reports of large numbers of civilians, including children killed.
Yeah, I've seen those reports. I would refer you, not because I'm not trying to answer your question, but I don't want to get it wrong. The Department of War would be investigating that if that was our strike, and I would refer your question to them, and I'll make sure they're aware that.
Yeah, but you're the foreign policy guy. You should know. There's a 48 hours after the conflict starts. Oh.
But we'd like to know. Well, clearly, the United States would not deliberately target a school. Our objectives are missiles, both the ability to manufacture them.
But a school was targeted, though. So how do we square this circle? The Constitution literally says Congress has to declare war. I know they don't care, but that's just the truth. Well, have you considered the fact that this is not a war? This is actually, what do they say it was? Major combat operation or something.
Ability to launch them, and the one-way attract drones. That would be our focus, and that's what we would be focused on. We would have no interest and, frankly, no incentive to target civilian infrastructure. The Iranians are, on the other hand, targeting civilian infrastructure. You guys have seen it. I'm sure you've seen it. They're hitting hotels. They're hitting embassies. They're hitting airports. They're hitting oil infrastructure. Well, it'd be very tragic, but I can't speak to the details behind it because I just don't have it. It would be a tragic outcome if it's happened. I don't have the details as to what led to it. But what is clear that the United States would not deliberately target a school. They are, on the other hand, deliberately targeting civilians, as you've seen, because you know why? They are a terroristic regime. They sponsor terrorism and they participate in terrorism.
What's your message to Americans who are concerned about rising energy prices given the spiking of oil prices today?
Yes, and we knew that going in would be a factor, and so we have a program in place that will begin to be implemented by Secretary Wright, Secretary Bessent. We talked about it last night, again, about this program. We talked this morning, and starting tomorrow you will see us rolling out those phases to try to mitigate against that. Obviously, markets are going to be reacting to news about what's happening. And again, a reminder, Think about it, okay? This terroristic regime, led by radical clerics, has the ability, potentially, to shut off 20% of global energy. That's the kind of leverage they have because of their Navy. We're going to destroy their Navy. But there is a plan in place. We anticipated this could be an issue, and Secretary Wright and Besson will begin to roll out those steps starting tomorrow to mitigate against the impact that could have. So I got a couple more.
Do you anticipate putting boots on the ground, and how long do you anticipate the conflict to last?
Destroying the Navy sounds a lot like war. Yeah, some would say. Some would say. Destroying their missile capabilities for short-range missiles that can't even hit the U.S. sounds like war. Instituting regime change also sounds like war. It all sounds like war to me. He's playing the semantic game and be like, listen, it's not war. It's not war, I promise. Trying to find it.
Let me say two things about it. Number one, the president always has the options to undertake whatever operations he decides to do as the commander-in-chief. That said, we believe the objective that we have set for this mission, which is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities, both launch capability and manufacturing, can be achieved without ground forces. Right now, we're not postured for ground forces, but obviously the president has those options. He's never going to rule out anything. But right now, our focus is on the destruction of their ballistic missile launchers, their ballistic missile stockpiles, and their ballistic missile manufacturing capability, as well as their one-way attract drones and their Navy, because of the threat it poses to global shipping.
How long is
All right, I can only do one more. Right there in the middle. Yes, sir.
Is there a diplomatic exchange going on right now between the U.S. and Iran? Any exchanges whatsoever outside of
No, not at this time. I mean, look, we always have people that reach out from inside of governments. You don't know if they're authorized to reach out or not. They're suffering a tremendous amount of damage. Honestly, again, I'm not going to give away the details of our tactical efforts, but the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now. Someone was screaming, how long will it take? I don't know how long it'll take. We have objectives. We will do this as long as it takes to achieve those objectives, and we will achieve those objectives. The world will...
Yeah, again, goalpost shift. What happened to 4 to 5 weeks, bro? What happened to 4 to 5 weeks?
Be a safer place when we're done with this operation. All right? Thank you, guys.
For everything else Iran is a big country, more than 90 million people, and they are a powerful country.
I don't care what Rachel Maddow has to say. Not like the U.S. hasn't been in a forever war. Yeah, what? Forever war? Oh, we're watching Cori Bush as well.
Know that because you guys' race was one of the most expensive primaries in American history.
Literally, yes.
Just because they was trying to get you up out of there.
Only because they wanted me out, and they knew that I had already been like doing a lot to try to uncover what was going to happen with Project 2025 had Trump got in, and people were like, oh no, it's not real. Trump, Project 2025 won't happen. And so they were just trying to stop that. So yeah, they spent all of that money in a Democratic district, one that's going to go to a Democrat anyway. And AIPAC is primarily funded by Republicans. But why would they get involved in a race like that? And you got 2 black folks running. Why get involved? Why did they get involved in my race and Jamal Bowman's race and make us the most expensive U.S. House races in history, primaries in history?
Exactly. Interesting, right? Interesting.
Why are you coming for 2 black people?
Yo, you want to catch the full up?
True. That's true. And if we were to be real, it's kind of like the leftist space. A lot of white leftists kind of abandoned Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush. you know, maybe this be a lesson we can learn from. Talk about it for 5 minutes and kept the position. Yeah. So a lot of them saying they were weak candidates. That's why they lost, but AOC didn't. Yeah, that's come from racism.
Satuid_run gifted a tier 1 sub to Magic Thighs.
Like, if you have a movement that could only win in freaking New York, your movement's gonna fail. You know? Could fail. Love never stepped up for Gary Chambers. Now it's super disappointing. That too. I think Gary Chambers may have some issues, but like he was decent when I look at him. I follow him on Twitter. Right, and that's one thing that I think the leftists want to hear is that the Democrats have a lot of black support. They'd be like, why do black people support Jasmine Crockett instead of James Tallarico? Right, the Democrats have a lot of black support because of even if it's, you know, not fully legitimate, but the Democrats giving black people the space to actually run and giving them support when running in the first place. You know, and so black people wrongfully, I think, feel indebted to the Democratic Party because they will actually at least let you win. But leftists did more to cover Plattner than they did for Cori Bush. 100%. 100%, for sure. Right? You had people who were very strict on Jamal Bowman, Cori Bush, right? And that they're not the right candidates, and we need people better, right? Who are like running full defense for Plattner, who is just objectively more problematic in every regard than compared to Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman. You know what I mean? And for sure, like Cori Bush is 100% better than AOC on pretty much every issue, right? Jamal Bowman is relatively similar to AOC. Again, Jamal Bowman has his own issues in a lot of regards, but like, you know, you wouldn't be even wrong to call him more progressive than AOC. The Plattner election is today. That's actually a good question. Was it March 3rd? A lot of primaries are today. Let's see. Yeah, he's gonna win. Like, there's no question that Plattner's gonna win in my opinion. All right, how do I block this? He's plus 38. Plus 38, plus 15. Mills is plus 10. He's plus 20, plus 2. Yeah, he's thrashing her in the polls right now. Thrashing her in the polls right now. Yeah, she's doing really bad. Right. So like there's no, like he's gonna win. Kind of, we have a very aggressive constituent in the Triangle area. Nita wins. Yeah, we don't have that in Mecklenburg and around the greater Charlotte area. So yeah, dunk on us, Triangle, as you always do, because we don't get the W's down here in the southern part of North Carolina. But we do get mentioned in anime before you do, though. So W. I still stand on he's a Fetterman until he proves me wrong. I think he will be a Fetterman too. But, you know, at this point, it's like, if Fetterman was to run again and it's either Fetterman or Dr. Oz, you know, it's the same thing. I'd be like, whatever. You know what I mean? So he's going to win regardless. He's going to win. I think he can read foreign policy better than Kat. Kat is just, I think a lot of it comes from Kat being young and having a bad team around her, genuinely. one of the people I genuinely believe is in good faith to say Talarico is going to be another Fetterman. Why do you think that? No, not Talarico. Talk about Graham Plattner. Graham Plattner is going to be another Fetterman. Talarico, I think, is going to be fine. And I think he's going to get in office. I think he's going to make mistakes and mess up because obviously he's a politician. But like, I think that him and Jasmine Crockett are going to be pretty much identical as it pertains to foreign policy. I could see him voting for more defensive spending for Israel. I think he has a more populist campaign, so I can see him getting in office and doing more populist messaging, which I think is going to be a positive. And so like that's why he's my pick over Jasmine Crockett. Not that it matters. I'm not in Texas either. But I think he'll have a little bit more populist messaging than Jasmine Crockett does. She's too focused on like anti-Trump stuff. And that's not a winning message in my opinion. But yeah, no, I think Kat is just young and has a bad team around her, and she gives her team too much leeway. Right? Like, you should not have anybody on your team messaging people and press talking about this is what your foreign policy is, and you did not co-sign that. Right? You should see every outgoing messaging strategy as it pertains to what your policies are. Never let somebody speak on your behalf about what your policies are. That's really bad. And I think that comes from her just having, being young and inexperienced. Also, I think she has inexperience with dealing with China. I think her China answers need a lot of work. Right? Graham Plattner just doesn't talk about China. Right? I don't even know what Graham Plattner's thoughts on China are. Right? So just don't talk about it. If you know it's a losing issue for you, just don't bring it up. The narcolepsy message was bad too, to be honest. I didn't see that, actually. I've been supposed to listen to Cat stuff, and I'm fairly uneducated on China-Taiwan relations. What is her issues? The issue is kind of the fact that she was just like, I think it was messaged as a way of like, she supports going to war with China if China invades Taiwan. And like, that's insane. That's crazy. Like, the State Department doesn't even say that. Like, the Republican State Department doesn't say that. We're going to go to war with China if they invade Taiwan. That's like 2006 messaging, Like, worse than that, she's pro arming Taiwan to prep for a possible invasion. Like, yeah, like that's just not a thing that people say. Like, it is not even just bad progressive policy. It's bad policy holistically. That is not a thing people say. Nobody says we're going to arm Taiwan to prep for an invasion, and we will go to war with China, right, to protect Taiwan. It is literally to the right of Marco Rubio's position. Exactly. That's how insane it is. It is literally to the right of Marco Rubio's position, right? Because they know how bad going to war with China would be. Even if you are pro Taiwanese sovereignty, right? And you're like, China, how dare you take Taiwan or whatever? You don't go to war with China. That is like you're stoking nuclear holocaust, World War III, by going to war with China. And so having a policy to be like, yeah, we will go to war with China over Taiwan is legitimately insane. It is a really bad position, which is why I think she has really bad people around her who are telling her that that's the good position to hold. You know what I mean? It's really bad. It's really bad. So just like, even if you think that, just don't bring it up. It's a losing issue. When I saw Graham has a hawkish position on than Cat, he was like, we need to work with China and not be competitive. Yeah, like that is the normal position to have. Like, we need to work with China, right? Because that's Trump's position. She's to the right of Trump as it pertains to China and Taiwan, right? In engagement with China. Trump's position is like, we need to work with China and do some trade, right? And just say that, literally just say that, right? Say you want to normalize relations with China, please. Why does she have any smoke towards China? China do? I don't even freaking know, bro. A lot of Americans think that China is like the #1 ultra enemy because that's how the media presents them. But Trump's president is better than Biden's when it comes to China. Yeah. Sit down. Sit. Come here. Oh, hey, donkey. How do you feel about China? What are your thoughts on China? Really? That's how you feel? How do you feel about Graham Plattner? Really? You're one of those people. Thoughts on Corey Bush? Right. I know. Hi. Hey. Hey. I know. Alright, you wanna get down? Ah! She attacked me. Alright, go ahead. Go ahead. Come on. Okay, you need to get down because it's my seat. Come on. Come on now. Come on. Come on. There you go. Good ducky. Alright, we're almost done, Dougie. I'll take you for a walk afterwards, okay? Go sit. Go sit. Go sit. Alright, she's doing something. Also, blame on the advisor and not her. Saying that stance, like she can't say she's totally against it if she still said it. She was against it. It would show that she's not principled in her stance. Hey, she's still here, by the way. I don't know if y'all see her. Oh, I heard a noise. YouTube chat. I forgot y'all were still here. If I'm being real. But yeah. That's kind of my thoughts on Kat. I don't know. She's young. Right? What is she like? She's like 20, 29, 30, 20, 20, 28? I don't freaking know. She's young. She's 26. Wait, she's my age. I thought she was older than I was. And she's young, right? She's not like, hey, think about it like this. When Graham Plattner was 26, he was killing brown people overseas. So like she has time to learn and grow. You know what I mean? When are you running? I would lose. Actually, I thought about it, actually. I thought about taking a slight break from after I finish streaming and next year moving back home to North Carolina and running for like the General Assembly or something. And getting into like local politics. I thought about it. You can still stream then. LOL. Wait, Graham Platter has a Blackwater magnet on his fridge. To be fair, I saw that picture. I don't think that's his fridge. I think that's his brother's fridge or his brother-in-law's fridge. But yeah, it's still a problem for sure. You streaming to campaign like Kat? Hey. Come here. What's your problem? She has a lot of energy. And she's mad I'm not playing with her right now. And I think I kind of said my I trust Graham. I don't either, but that's just me. Hi. Hi. Hey, stop! Don't eat my seat. In stream play with her. I think I might just do that. I think I might do that. Hey Nixie, you want to go to the dog park? Aw, look at her. Look at her. Looks adorable. But the billionaire? Yeah, we'll talk about Tom Steyer tomorrow. We'll put it in the same box we put the birthday cards in the Tyler Perry video. Which means we'll get to it eventually, box. You know, maybe if the world wasn't on fire, we'd actually get to it quicker. Oh, I will be live later, potentially, playing games. On my second channel, maybe. Or the white rapper tier list. To be fair, I never said I would do the white rapper tier list. It was just an idea that I had. You have a second channel? I do have a second channel. AAV tier list. I already did the or like tier list of AAV phrases. That's actually not bad. That's not a bad idea. That's a pretty good idea actually. It's called Let Me Follow You. It's on it's not the black. NOTDABLACK. I do art streams over there, coding streams sometimes. We do some gaming over there. Not secret anymore. Technically, it was never secret. It was just a second channel. But I may be playing games on that channel. And if you follow this channel, you'll see me. If you're on Twitch, you'll see it like a co-stream happening. Yeah, we may be playing some gaming later. So look out for it. You'll see it. Or is it even 9 stream win? When I get to 5,000 subs, got him. We're collabing with himself. No, it's a collab with somebody else as well. No leaks. I think I leaked it already. Hey, Dougie. Hey, girly. You go outside? 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 Come on. Come on. Come on, Dougie. Yeah. You. Okay. Thank you all for watching, chat. Much love. When's your game show appearance coming out? Funny you should say that. It's coming out this month and next month. But I am actually potentially maybe going back at some point recently soon as well. So I may be on a game show 4 times. Maybe even more. Anyway, when North Carolina, that's my last message. I'll door knock for you. I appreciate that. You'll know next month, next year, if I freaking run. But yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's it for me. I hope you're legally enough from Argentina if you run. LOL. Here, I'll end it with this. XQC is finally getting some heat, which is WL.
Mr. Jet, are you guys saying that I wanted this? I wanted none of this. Are you guys saying I wanted this? Right now, I wanted none of this. Nah, man. Now we're going to war with Iran. Nah, man. I didn't vote for none of this.
You caught me. You caught me. I went to the booth and I voted Trump. Of course, I did. Dude, I had to. Of course, with my American citizenship. Of course,
Nobody said that you voted for. I was also getting dragged a bit for a pick with him. I mean, he did support Trump. Like I don't know what we would say about that one. You know. I told you that there's going to be some fallout from like the creators that were invited to the Mr. Beast thing, and nobody listened to me. I told you it would happen. Because how are you going to go to this event with these people who very clearly want your audience dead? Right? They support Trump. They're like, Trump, look, I have a picture of you on my shirt. Look at this. I'm standing right next to Aiden Ross, you know? Like, yeah, people are going to be upset about that, you know? They're actually counting on it for the clips and views. I think Mr. Beast was counting on it. I don't think these streamers were like, I want to go specifically for the controversy. It's more like they hope that their audience doesn't care about it, you know? They hope that their audience doesn't care about it and that they'll move on eventually. Because our audience will move on eventually. But there will always be this underlying stink on you. Like this Ludwig is a fence sitter thing is a consistent thing that Ludwig is going to be unable to shake. Right? I saw a post on TikTok yesterday. I just opened TikTok. I saw a post on TikTok that was basically this. Hold on.
Do you guys remember when Ludwig all of a sudden was like, yeah, if Hassan died, I wouldn't go to his funeral? And then he also said at a different clip, he was like, yeah, I wouldn't say that me and Hassan are friends, even though that they have known each other and collabed
Okay, you got the point.
for years.
Stop.
And
Oh my god, stop, please. Okay, we're done. I don't know what that was about. But yeah, this is this Ludwig clip. Ludwig said XQC is a different person in real life after meeting him at the Mr. Beast 1 million creator event. It's funny to say, like, Ludwig, you've known XQC. Here, let's see.
Was XQC low-key chill? XQC is like Jekyll and Hyde, because who XQC is on stream?
I don't think that's how you pronounce that, right? Am I the person that's wrong here? I thought it was Jekyll. Is that a troll? Is he trolling? Isn't he an English major? Stop. Sorry. Let me stop.
Was XQC low-key chill? XQC is like Jekyll and Hyde, because who XQC is on stream is like a really brash person who can talk like off cuff, like incredibly negatively about people, like people he knows in real life. Like he says actually some really like mean shit about people he knows in the real world.
Okay, his chat is
and then
the chat is all just Jekyll.
Meet him in real life and he treats the person who was online saying those mean things as a different person. And he's like really sweet in real life. And I was like, weren't you just like talking crazy shit? But I think his brain is so corrupt, he views it all as content and not legitimate. But I
mean, yeah.
Maybe next year. Ludwig. Where's Ron? There he is. Yo. And what up? Yo, I thought you'd be doing MSR.
MCSR, I'm kind of. Have you seen me?
No, I mean, yeah.
Okay, just be real.
I've seen clips, so I know clips are like gonna be making you look bad.
Yep.
You're not that bad. I mean,
I'm quite good. Yep. I have a better time than you right now.
Really?
13:20.
No, I have better than that in my solo queues.
Wait, what?
I played like 10 games. I got a better record than that.
It's private though.
I have a 12er. No.
Private.
No. It's not private. It's actually it's on the game.
Yeah, but it's not against an opponent.
Yeah.
But it's not on stream.
It is on stream. Fuck. Chad, is it not true? Like I have a 12er, right?
But it probably took you like 100 runs to get.
Bro, like 10 runs. I'm not kidding.
Shut up. Fucking shut up. Shut up for once.
Yeah, but the runs are insane though.
Shut up.
Me. I mean,
Every time I'm reminded that Twitch is more than just you, I get so mad. Yeah, that happens for sure. That's I can see that. The room of people who have fallen off. Not really. These are the biggest streamers, but they just don't care about anything. You know what I mean? It's not like, hey, you get in front of XQC and you're like, yo, XQC, why are you saying all that shit online, bro? But you want to act like funny in front of the cameras, you know? It's all about like, it's having a veneer of like normalcy. It's being cordial with your coworkers and letting them get away with the shit that they say online because like, you know, it's about the cordiality. It's about you're all here for this event. You know, you gotta be fun and cool with each other or whatever. They did it for Logan Paul. Logan Paul was at the YouTube one and everybody acted like Logan Paul was just a normal guy. You know what I mean? Like, everybody acted like Logan Paul was just like chill and stuff. Like he didn't do the Suicide Forest, Crypto Zoo scams, rug pulls, right wing heel turn to pivot, and people are just like, oh no, he's just the prime guy now. You feel me? He's just the prime guy now. And that's why I just can't be in these rooms. One, I'm not invited. I'm washed. L. But two, I don't know if I can fake this normalcy here. You know? Like, I don't know if I can fake like hanging in a room with the people who are flagrantly disrespectful and ableist and racist and sexist and homophobic and be like, yeah, let's go chill. Let me just hang out with Lacey real quick, you know? Oh, Ron's over there. Let me say what's up. Oh, Neon's over there. What's good, Neon? You know, I can't do that. Right? But again, the streamers who are in this room, they can. And more power to them. Maybe that they have a skill that I don't have, right? But I can't engage with these people like this when I know the real harm that they cause to the people in my audience, the people in their audience, and the people in the wider internet, you know? The skill they have is genuinely they don't just don't care. Yeah, I don't know if I can have that personally. Personally, that's just how I feel about it.
Bro still got the dogs out.
And like Mr. Beast comes in here, and I'm like, yeah, no, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it, bro. All right, did you torture one of your contestants? I'd have to ask the question, you know. I'd have to ask the question. I have to be like, you know, like just didn't that happen, right? Oh, look, 3 Trump supporters in one room. It's like, you know what I mean? I would be posing some of these questions. I'd make it uncomfortable for everybody, to be entirely fair. You'd be like, XQC. Sorry, Trump's not here. There's no dick you can suck right now. And then I get kicked out. You know what I mean? Like, it just...
Boys,
we're ending?
It's time to head to the cube.
Jimmy, can we make a change?
Yeah?
It's right now, it's 50 streamers in a box for $1 million.
For their fans.
Yeah.
Yes, I have a question about
Cut
that.
the further fans part.
Yeah.
Okay.
So can we choose who we give the money to?
XQC.
As long as it's your fans.
Because he only made $100 million, and 101 would go crazy.
That would go crazy, 101.
No, he made more than $100 million. He has $100 million liquid.
Yeah. Guys, we don't talk about that.
Come on, you can give me a car or something.
Yeah, guys, we have Mr. Beast here.
Bro, if he gave you a car, he wouldn't even notice it.
You both could just go halves on a car for me.
All right, how about this? Do you have an IRL setup? We gotta head to the cube. I gotta trap you in a cube, Ludwig.
I'm gonna end right now.
Shot.
Okay.
I'm gonna say goodbye to my chat. I got a hype train.
No, I thought we were all gonna do it at the same time.
Yeah, well, we're all gonna walk in there.
Should I change my engines?
No.
Yeah.
I love how like you get these 4 men in a room and all they can talk about is how much money they have. You know what I mean? That's honestly the funniest thing to me is that, yeah, the only personality they have is money. Ludwig, Mr. Beast, Lacey, and XQC, the only thing they have in common is just how much money they have. That's it. That's all they can talk about. At least, to be entirely fair, at least before Mr. Beast walked in, they could talk about Minecraft speedrunning. You know what I mean? That's something XQC at least cares about a little bit. Lacey doesn't, but like XQC does care about that a little bit, right? Mr. Beast doesn't care about anything, right? All he cares about is making number go up.
I think
so you should. We're gonna let people stream the first part of the video, unless you don't want your viewers to keep hanging out.
I don't know what I ingest hop to.
Yo, Ludwig does not want his viewers to win anything.
No, I want my viewers to win so much. I love my viewers.
Do you want me to have one of the tech people come over?
Nico, swap my ingest. Nico,
Dinosaur head.
Nico.
Here we go, chat.
I'm gonna
It's
swap.
about to be game time.
It's game time, baby. It's game time.
It's game time. Are you gonna? You're not gonna try to win.
Bro, I'm going all out.
What? You have 100 million.
Bro, I don't get
XQC
it. Fans,
barefoot?
I'm
This is
winning.
XQC, bro. This is the most XQC thing ever.
You can give them 1%.
When was this? Like last week. Like 3 days ago, actually.
That's allocated to them. It's something I'm doing for them, though. What?
You should give us 1%.
Who's us? Who's us?
I'm
Me and
watching,
the
bro.
fans.
No, you're already rich.
I feel like if you win, I should get something. I was watching.
look at
I was
Patrick
watching your
now. Oh my
Minecraft.
God.
I watch your Minecraft on live.
Really?
Yeah.
The one that wins?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you something.
How much is that watch?
300.
I'll take that.
I like it though.
That's 300,000.
I like it though. Yes.
Is that actually?
Yes.
Why? It's not even.
So 0704.
Oh, it's 0704.
It's a
Right.
newer model.
It's an 0704.
Yeah.
You look at your neck.
Oh, do you see that? Oops. I showed up with a bit of ice today. This is 400, by the way.
400?
That's 400.
Oh, you
yeah.
got scammed.
400
Wait, what do you mean?
rupees?
That's like
Again,
at
they are
most-
still. This is literally a. For 2 of this 3-minute clip so far, it's just about how much money they have. It's literally it. And I'm sorry, I'm supposed to feel bad when Lacey's like, I'm getting threats right now because of this clip was posted online. Really? I'm supposed to feel bad when XQC gets a little bit of heat for supporting Trump? Really? Really? All right.
20K.
What? No, this is 400. This is 400.
Oh, $400.
Ah! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That was completely uncalled for. Oh, I'm so sorry. That was so uncalled for. Oh, that was such a visceral reaction. All right, let me recollect myself. My bad. Listen. Somebody could have warned me. Dexerto, only putting Ludwig and XQC in the title, and I have to suffer through looking at Lacey, Mr. Beast, and then a rogue Neon. Like, you gotta prepare me for this first, bro. Please. You gotta prepare me for this.
No, 400 bands.
400 rupees.
Oh my God.
Racks.
Who's-
That's 400 racks.
No, so you gotta lick.
Can you come to my next event?
I'm sorry, he just walked up being like, can I come to your next event? If Levitt was a real one, he'd say, if you leave the bots at home.
I don't think you're cut out for it.
Damn.
It's a video game event.
Oh yeah. Wait, what is it?
I don't
cut out
think
for it?
They're gonna absolutely not.
They're gonna swap you.
There's no universe you would be good at it. Swap me.
Yeah.
Brother, are you barefoot?
Yeah.
Dog's out.
He has too much money,
What game
bro.
are you best at in this world?
2K, Madden.
Those aren't games though. Those aren't games.
Yeah,
Those
yeah.
are a real game.
What are you talking about?
I like
Those
real
aren't real
games.
games. Real games.
UFC, MLB.
Yeah, you keep naming sports games. Give me like a
Dude,
real.
these aren't real games. None of those are
like
games.
CS2. Like, how good are you at CS2?
I don't play that. But are sports games real games?
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
Those are my type of games.
We'll 2v2 you in 2K any amount. Us 2 versus you 2.
Yeah, but
Or UFC.
Yeah, but you're gonna play with a Xin or whatever.
No, I wouldn't use a Zen.
He's gonna.
How do you know what that is?
because I play 2K and I lose to Zen players.
Oh shit. Yeah, there are a lot of Zen.
They go fucking
let me get in.
running fucking
Listen,
three
you're
beams
ass
off
at
the
games.
fucking. This is insane.
What games is it? Quick
CS2.
question, bro. I'm good at CS2.
No, you're not.
I'm
That's not my
you
real
don't
answer,
understand
Wigan.
my genetics, the
What
way I was
else?
born. It doesn't matter if I
So
get on a
wait,
game for the
what
first
else?
time.
Oh,
I'm the
give me
best
some
in the world.
criticism.
You're genuinely ass at basically every game
Well,
you touch.
I only watch the
I will
clips.
beat you in any game.
You were in a Rocket League tournament together. I won.
Yeah.
I will beat you in Rocket League. I'll beat you in any game.
You will not beat
You
me in
name
Rocket
it, I'll
League.
beat you in any
You're
game.
ass.
I will destroy you.
I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's bad.
Anyway, I think this perfectly. I'm so glad I watched this. This perfectly illustrates why I could not be in the rooms. One, I don't have enough bots. You know, that's an L for me. I'll take the L on that. But two, I would not be able to be cordial with Neon. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be able to do it. Wouldn't be able to do it. I would bring up the Breakfast Club interview and then ruin everybody's night, you know? Wouldn't go to his funeral, yeah. Dude, who are these losers be hanging out with? I mean, this is not even just a Ludwig thing, chat. You're going to be in community with these people when you go to these events. This is why people are getting criticism for going to this event in the first place, right? Right? Because you're going to be in community with these people who are shitty people. They are. They are. Ludwig is in a room with shitty people. When Mr. Beast was there, he was still in a room with shitty people. You know what I mean? And you're going to need to be in the room with shitty people when you go to events like this. Right? So you have to choose, like, do you go to this event that will be good for your career? It may even revitalize your career. You may have been falling off a little bit. Right? But you'll get back to 1,000 viewers from freaking, I don't know, a few hundred or whatever, you know? 500 or something. You gotta know Senna is also at this event. Yeah, like Senna was there, Maya was there, Jody was there, Pokemon was there, Valkyrie was there. Like most of the people, like most chat, if you go to the top 100 English speaking streamers, the 50 of them were there. Like, this is what it is. Like, if Mr. Beast asked you to go to an event, you have to be like very, very principled or very loaded to be able to turn it down. Right? Like, you have to be like, I'm fine with my career essentially dying or staying stagnant, as opposed to going to a motherfucking Mr. Beast event. You know what I mean? It was not their Markiplier, because Markiplier is not a streamer. That may be part of the reason, you know? Charlie Kirk either. Yeah, Charlie Kirk is dead. I'm sure he was invited though. I didn't think that he wouldn't go if invited. I think it depends. I think it depends. This is why I can't watch most streamers outside of leftist adjacent streamers. Yeah, but we're leftist adjacent streamers because we don't get invited to these events. Not cause, like, we don't get invited to these events because we are leftist adjacent streamers. You know what I mean? So, but there's no qualms with inviting freaking Neon and his 20,000 bots. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Neon is at like 2K viewers normally. Oh, how you spell his name? Inthreon, right? Oh, well. Yeah, there's no shot that Brent Pitt is the #1 watch streamer. I don't believe this. This is a total fabrication. By fabrication, I mean bots. It will literally not let me search up Neon, bro. It will not let me search up Neon. Can I type in just Neon? No. What is happening, bro? Is Cloudflare down or something? Okay, that in 3 on. There we go. HGC talked about you yesterday. I don't believe that. Hello? Your data center was bombed in America, baby. Hello? My bad. My bad, I guess. I guess we'll never know. I guess we'll never know. Mm-hmm. Man, what a consistent streamer he is. Right? After 45 minutes, he hits his max viewers and stays at his max viewers pretty much the entire stream. Just what a consistent streamer he is, bro. Just after 30 minutes, he hits exactly 29K and then just never ever drops from that. Just what a consistent streamer. Right. Oh, here he had a little bit of a hump, but he stayed around 20 or 19K. Just consistently. What? No, for sure. No, I totally believe he hit 214,000 viewers. Yeah, no, for sure. And then immediately dropped to the exact same number he was at, 22K, and it stayed there, for sure. And then just at 21 the entire time, for sure. Yeah. Yep. That makes a lot of sense to me, for sure. For sure. I actually don't know about the burnt peanut. I haven't seen his. Again, Twitch tracker's broken for me. I guess calculating the bots kind of breaks it. Typo on the botting side. Yeah, they actually added an extra 0. But no, I'm sure he has a legitimate following for sure. Yeah, bro has only 500,000 followers and is getting like Asmongold numbers and Hassan numbers. For sure. Yeah. And freaking Ludwig, who has like 3 million, 3.6 million followers, is getting 8,000 with a lot of variety, ups and downs, dips and such. You know what I mean? But no, Neon's is completely valid. I mean, he multi-streams. I mean, still. Right? Is that like, it's just, nah. How do bot farms even work? Do they just have a warehouse with thousands of phones set up somewhere? Yes. Oh, yeah, actually. I think there's actually a YouTube video on it. Like this. Right? These are not view bots. These are actually post bots. So like, think of like Twitter bots. If you see a setup like this where the screens are visible in like an array, it's for posting content on YouTube Shorts, TikTok, Instagram, stuff like that, Twitter. Right? When it comes to view bots, they're more like this. Right? Just rows of phones where you don't even need to see the stream. Just thousands of these. And given how much e-waste exists, like, you could probably buy these cheaply as they are like being disposed of. You know? Like just all the e-waste gets sent to like developing nations. You just go there and buy the phones for pennies on the dollars back from those nations, right? Who just salvage the trash to find working phones. You buy them wholesale back, and then you set up, you know, bots like that. They don't use the actual phones. They have to nowadays. Before, it used to be all software, right? You just buy server space from like Google or whatever, AWS. You buy server space. You opened up a lot of browser instances on those servers, as many as each server can host. You do a cluster, so like you keep spinning up more as you need more space, and you just pay for that. But that's more expensive now because AI has raised server costs by so much. It's actually cheaper to use physical phone infrastructure, and it bypasses like the current bot checks to check whether or not the bots are legitimate. Each device having its own MAC address, its own screen size and dimension, its own device ID that Twitch logs to make sure that every device that's being watched on are different, can come from each like just old phones. And honestly, you don't even need the old phones. This is the easiest way to do it. But this is a lot of wasted energy because you're using a lot of energy on powering screens, LEDs, speakers, and stuff that you will never use. So smart botters actually rip the phones apart, sell the screens and the cases and stuff, and just have the logic boards, right? Just have the CPU and the motherboards, and the essentials. And they just attach all of them together with just the essential like logic boards to be the bots, and then they sell the rest. That's how it works. Right, so when Hassan got botted, and you saw Asmongold viewers go down and went to Hassan, basically they just directed these like row of phones here to go watch Hassan's stream instead of Asmongold's stream, artificially boosting his numbers. That's kind of what happened. So the bots have to come from somewhere else. It's not like they immediately just buy 50 million new phones or whatever. You know? I had no idea that's how bots work. Yeah, they got really sophisticated. Really cool. They could just stomp this out. This is way harder to stomp out because each is on its own unique device. So unless you like limit per like IP address, and it's assuming that they don't have VPNs or their own like tunneling system, but like limiting IP addresses, then you're affecting the real viewers. Like if you're at like a college dorm and like that has 100 people in it, and you have more than 5 people watching Twitch at once, you won't count as real views. So now imagine like 100 people are in a college dorm, 50 of those people are watching Twitch, and 5 of those people are watching like Asmongold, and the rest are each watching 1 viewer streamers each. That's 45 streamers that wouldn't be counted as viewers if Twitch was like, okay, we only count the first 5 real viewers from each like IP address, basically. Does that make sense? It's like now you're cutting into like smaller streamers by being like, okay, well, you can only watch 1 streamer per location, basically. And if you try to watch any more, then they don't count. You know? But yeah, now they use real, because there are so many. Look at all the what's it called? Phone jacks, right? These are old phones. You can tell they're a little bit worn. They're a bunch of phone jacks here. These are old phones. This is basically just e-waste, right? These are what would be thrown away anyway. So at the very least, they are recycling. You know, the botters are recycling old phones that would have been thrown away in the trash as like e-waste. But they're doing it to like, you know, push misinformation and buy right-wing streamers to the top of the directory. Stuff like that. I see that's why it's hard to tell which is a reviewer versus bot. Yes. Eco-friendly bot farms? Yeah. Pretty easy to find an iPhone a lot at eBay or Craigslist too if you use it for parts. Yeah. And all you need is a working logic board. The screen doesn't need to work. You just, to test it, you just plug it into a, like cracked screens. The screens are one of the most expensive parts to replace on a phone, right? Like an individual part, especially as you got a lot of newer phones, right? And so if the screen is broken, you just connect it to a third party display, make sure it works, and then just hook it up to the bot network, and it just handles the rest for it. Probably a huge energy sink though. Oh, for sure. But they get their money back by people buying the bots. You know, it's like crypto mining, but like you actually get something for this. What's the upside for the streamers? Inflated numbers for advertisers. But if Twitch finds out you banned anyway, or not? Not really, no. I mean, the perfect example of like what is the upside for somebody botting, right? Is Neon, right? Neon being at Mr. Beast's event is the upside. Neon has illegitimate numbers. This is not up for debate. This is not up for discussion. Neon has illegitimate botted numbers, right? To a certain extent, I think most people at the event probably had been botted to a certain extent, right? Whether or not they're botting themselves or somebody's botting for them, like, oh, there's a lot of bots on this platform. But Neon, holistically, is a botted streamer, right? Twitch is not going to ban him because Twitch doesn't ban people for bots, right? Ray J literally admitted to botting on stream. But now he got banned for something else. But I don't think he got banned for this. He's talking about you guys. You said the same thing already, chatter. If you're not going to put a clip, then I don't want to hear it.
It's not going to change. All it's going to do is make me go, oh, Rage is like Kai Sanat. He got 80,000 people in this shit. Niggas going to go, yo, he view botting. So what? It's legal. Remember, whatever's legal, you should do. Fuck what these niggas think.
Whatever's legal, you should do. This is bad advice, chat. I am your lawyer. Please don't do this. Don't listen to the Ray J. I am firing him from being your lawyer. Pretty much in the VOD. Send a link, chatter, or we're moving on.
You can legally.
I'm not gonna go look for it at QC VOD.
Purchase and flip your money. That's what this platform is for. If
Yeah,
you don't
this platform is for purchasing and flipping your money.
think that that's what this platform is for, then I want you to take a bottle, I want you to put a bunch of salt on it, and I want you to stick it in your ass and fuck yourself. Because you're a stupid motherfucker.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure he got banned for something else. I don't think he got banned for this clip. Because I remember talking about it, and for a few weeks he wasn't banned. Oh, that's what he got banned for. Yeah, I knew it was something. I remember this. He got banned for pulling a gun on his partner. Yeah. I saw the clip of that. That's what it was. I knew it was for something else. I knew it. I knew it for something else. But he didn't even get banned for the view botting thing. He got banned for actually, I would say a better and more legitimate reason, but it should have also been banned for the view botting as well. But it's real.
Joke about me. Oh, XQC, the racist guy, dude. That how is that a joke? That's just fucking brain dead. Like that's just like what a stupid fucking take that is. Like how is that a joke? It's just trash. Like, and then he says, oh no, I'm backing away from that, and then he does it again and again and again. It's literally his shtick. Every fucking couple days, he tweets about fucking this is racist. This guy's, oh yeah, it's about everybody being racist when there's not even a hint of racism in anything he posts about. Like, the guy sees the fucking ghost of the fucking KKK.
He's talking about me? Okay.
Hey, moving around. Like,
have I tweeted about HQC being racist? Go back. How far back?
I'm gonna unfold just for you. The Trump stream, if it was gonna be tomorrow, I would do it again.
42?
That's gonna remove. You still remain a terrorist. What about it? Hey, that's it.
Actually, watches Sean for power content. True.
And here's a classic take. And I said this the other day, and you're gonna find me. And
everything is jokes and not serious except when DDG makes a joke. Now it's deep all of the sudden and it's offensive.
Yeah, but it's not a joke though. Like I'm old enough to see it, bro. A joke though.
He said DDG though.
This is like when Sean the Black.
What did I do? What? My bad, I guess. I'm just trying to exist and live my life. I don't even talk about XQC. He sees me on his For You page.
Says a joke about me. Oh, XQC, the racist guy.
I don't talk about XQC. What? Have I tweeted about XQC recently or something? Am I tripping? He thinks about you daily? Let's see. XQC. Bro, I spoke about him like, it's because I have motion. That's what it is. It's because I have motion. It's because when I talk about him, I get 22,000 likes. Oh, and that upsets him. Oh, that makes sense. I talked about it like in 2024, 2023 one time back in the day, 2025, April, October, but like December, but like what, 5 times? just 5 times, and you're just like, bro, this is too far. Like, I'm sorry, X. I talk about Asmongold way more than I talk about you, if I'm being real. Yeah, 5 times in 3 years, and the last mention was in freaking October of last year. That means you have to mention him more often. You said X. Maybe he thinks I'm talking about him when I talk about like. Well, I never call Twitter X, so like that couldn't be it either. Dang, I'm on his mind. I'm on his mind. I literally don't even talk about him, dog. X, if you wanna collaborate, just say so. Just say so. I literally didn't even know this was the case. There's got to be a tweet from you, posting a picture of him and Trump, right? No, I don't think I did that. Maybe I quote tweeted it or something. I don't know. I remember tweeting about him. I remember this tweet, right? It's more about not Trump, more about Drake than it was about him, right? Drake throws shots at Kendrick Lamar on a stream with XQC. I'm here, as you can see, fully intact. You need facts to take me out. Fairy tales won't do it. And I said, bro, that says this on the XQC stream. You're cooked, bro. I don't think I called him like. Okay, and then this one, I said, won't somebody think of the empty cars? And then this one, I just said, say what you want about XQC. I don't think I've ever called XQC racist. He didn't say his name in the tweet. I mean, maybe. I don't even remember. I think I would remember who I call racist. I call a lot of people racist though. Let's think. I call Asmongold racist. I call Tectone racist. I call Nuxtaku racist. I call not Tom McDonald. What's his name? Turkey Tom racist. I call Ethan Klein racist. Who else do I call racist? I don't remember calling XQC racist. Genuinely, I think I would remember that. I do call Destiny racist. That's true. That one's the most valid one though. You're laughing and he's thinking about you calling his friends racist and you're laughing. I'm sorry if he's thought about it this much. If I was the first example that came into his mind of somebody calling him racist, my bad, I guess. I'm sorry. I don't think I've called him racist. Maybe I'm missing something. Genuinely. Hold on, let me see if I just type an X. No, I made fun of Drew Pavlov for thinking he's the reincarnation of Malcolm X. No, not there. No. Nope. I haven't talked about him there either. Oh, maybe he'll give an example or something, because I am thoroughly confused. I was supposed to be gone right now. This floored me. They're thoroughly confused. I didn't even know this was happening.
Everything is jokes and not serious except when DDG makes a joke. Now it's deep all of the sudden and it's offensive.
Yeah, but it's not a joke though. Like I'm old enough to see bro. A joke though. It's bro, this is like when Sean the Black says a joke about me. Oh, XQC, the racist guy, dude.
Does he just watch? Like, I don't even remember saying it on my stream. My bad, I guess, if I hurt his feelings. I don't remember saying a joke about XQC being racist on the stream. If I haven't yet, I should have. For sure. He's got me there. You know what I mean? That's some prime material right there I should be working with. But, you should XQC the racist guy. Honestly, I might make that can somebody get a what's it called? A recording of that, like an MP3 of that? I might make that a stream alert. I think it'd be funny. Yeah, soundbite.
How is it a joke? That's just fucking brain dead. Like that's just like what a stupid fucking take that is. Like how is that a joke? It's just trash. Like and then he says, oh no, I'm backing away from that. And then he does it again and again and again. It's literally his shtick.
I don't remember calling XQC a racist. I'm sorry. I don't remember doing that. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. Maybe that's his L in it to take, right? If XQC can pull the receipts, I'll take an L on that one. But I genuinely don't think that I've called him a racist or joked about him being a racist. But if I did, Euphoric Acoustic is right. I may joke about somebody being racist. I won't say I would never do it. And I will call people racist. But like, I would never walk it back. Does that sound like me, chat? It's like when your teacher quotes you, he's like, you said this, and this. And you're just like, I would never say that, right? Like, if I were to joke about XQC being a racist, I would never walk it back. That's funny. That's hilarious.
A couple days, he tweets about fucking, this is racist. This guy's, oh yeah, he thinks about everybody being racist when there's not even a hint of racism in anything he posts about. Like,
do I do that? Let me scroll through my Twitter feed, I guess, where I tweet about people being a racist. Oh, this was a funny video I made about me when y'all keep putting clavicular on my timeline. Wait, sorry.
Très bien, positif, négatif, vous allez soutenir le magnétique d'Alissa. Positif, les gars. Très bien, positif, négatif, vous allez soutenir le magnétique d'Alissa. Positif, les gars.
Oh, that one was funny. I like that one. And then it was this one about Charlotte being in an anime. Like, and then I made a tweet about Mark Kelly. Made a tweet about Israel being unpopular. Made a tweet about Black History Month about is Gohan Uncle Tom. I didn't even make the video. I made a tweet about the fall of the U.S. American Empire will be celebrated for centuries to come. I retweeted this tweet where I said Mr. Beast is such a loser, bro. That's not me calling him a racist. And I said this is a reaction GIF perfectly describes how I felt this Black History Month. 10 out of 10 no notes. This is also me not calling anybody a racist. And this is, I said, Gavin is such a poor communicator. He even fumbles and focuses on material. Okay, this is not me calling Gavin a racist either. This is not me calling Kamala a racist. I know nothing about Cat's Eye, but this video's levels of disrespect I did not know were possible in a music video. And it's not me calling Cat's Eye racist. but you know, maybe they were a little bit racist for this treatment. I'm not calling anybody racist here. I'm not calling anybody a racist here. Yeah, I just said this was so wild, bro. What's in the air this Black History Month? It's just a Kamala Biden post. About the BAFTAs. Maybe I'm calling the BAFTAs racist here. You could be pissy about your take on him in the Fantano video, maybe. But he didn't. Did he watch that? Like, does he watch my streams? Like, I'm sorry if he's watching my streams and he sees me criticizing him. But he said he specifically mentioned my tweets. I said CIA op. I said the lesser of two evils. I said that Asmongold dick rides Elon Musk, but it's not me calling him a racist. About Kamala Harris, liberals in general. I called this guy a pedophile because he is. I posted this as part of a chorus. I think that's funny. This was a funny post. I like that one. Well, technically, this is calling Hassan racist a little bit as a joke. I've been saying this, how dare Hassan not listen to the very real black people who have had the border as a top issue. Grr. Like, maybe he saw that and was like, yeah. Anti-Israel post. Piers Morgan. Search racist? I guess I could. Racist. I said racist about freaking
You said today.
Tom Cotton, I guess. I called FaZe Banks racist. Right. Even there, I said, like, FaZe Banks is a racist. There was never any sign of this before, and I'm completely off guard. Maybe this gets mad at. I called Hutch racist. I called this guy a racist, but he's just like spamming the N-word, so I think that one's fair, no? I don't even know what this was a reference to because the post is gone. So. I don't think I'm calling a lot of. Oh, I used to do blast off memes, chat. Remember when I used to do blast off memes? That's crazy. In 2023. Yeah, I don't think I've been calling people racist. Not enough, maybe. Sort by latest. I don't think I can do that in a search like this. I can do this maybe. February 12th, January 17th, where I called Hutch a racist, and then Hutch again, and then Hutch again, and then FaZe Banks was before that. I didn't call XQC a racist. Where is he getting this from? I went to all your tweets about XQC. You have 0 tweets about him being racist, right? Anything to do with race? Yeah, so I'm confused. Is it just thinking about me? I appreciate that, X, but I don't know if you're really my type.
The guy sees the fucking ghosts of the fucking KKK moving around. Like, a schizoing fucking clan leaders walking around or some shit. Like, what the fuck's going on, man? Dude, like, relax, buddy.
Like, he's crashing out about something that just literally doesn't exist. What am I supposed to say about that? You know what I mean? He's crashing out about something that quite literally doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Like, me calling XQC racist is not a thing that exists. So I am confused. Maybe XQC can shine a little bit of light on this. I am thoroughly confused.
Racist. Like,
are we surprised?
Christ.
Honestly, a little bit. Like, do you think that XQC, the 100 millionaire, has bigger things to talk about? You know what I mean? Like, it's not like I'm like, I got emotion like that. Apparently I do. You know what I mean? But like, I would think that you would have other things to talk about. So it is a little bit surprising. Through all of the direct XQC posts that you've made, you said nothing about him that alluded to him being racist. That's what I'm surprised about. I never called XQC a racist. I think he just has you know what I think he's doing? I think he's doing exactly what Ludwig criticized him for, and that's just he just takes shots at people online because he can. You You know? Now I'm curious how much XQC has talked about me. They didn't get smaller streamers get their fans to bully every few months as a treat. Yeah, but like, I mean, good luck.
Man, fucking hell, man.
I voted for none of this. No, chat. I didn't vote for any of this. Who'd have thought that the president could just lie? Mr. Jet, all you guys saying that I wanted this? I wanted none of this. All you guys saying I wanted this? I wanted none of this. Nah, man. Now we're going to war with Iran? Nah, man. I didn't vote for none of this.
The funniest part is we literally watched this clip earlier and I had no idea that I was a part of this discussion. We watched this clip earlier today.
I mean,
I didn't believe that. I'm sorry, Chatter. I didn't believe you that I was in this discussion because I was just like, why would I be in this discussion? You know what I mean? What do I have to do with XQC and being racist? You feel me? The more you know, I guess.
You got me. I went to the booth and I voted Trump. Of course, I did. Dude, I had to. Of course, with my American citizenship. Of course, classic. Of course, I did. Of course, I can't even fucking vote. I'm Canadian, you fucking moron. But I could have just went to LA because I can vote when I voted ID. I voted 12 times in the fucking LA county. I don't give a shit. Fuck it. I voted 130 times. I don't care. I voted 54,000 times. Now what? What next, buddy?
Bro, is he good? He's crashing out, bro. Okay, I think that's it, right?
That was
he
a
moves
joke.
on.
Outline joke.
He does not move on. He brings it back.
Explain the crash out. The crash out is the fact that I make a clear outline joke. Like, I make something like a clear humor, a skit, whatever.
Skit? Like him cozying up with Donald Trump during an election cycle is a skit? I mean, sure. If you want to call it that. It's a joke? I mean, okay. Sure. It was just a joke. All right.
And we'll see the worst in it. And then they'll reply down the line with the most diabolical non-joke. And it's clearly not a joke. Like, it's paused. It's like, nobody, and it's just like, yo, this guy is fucking whatever, like racist or whatever. And people are like, oh, well,
nobody called him racist. I'm so confused. Nothing that we've seen for the last 5 minutes of his stream has he shown anybody calling him racist. He's literally just fighting ghosts, bro. Does he see me in his mind when he hears the word racist in his brain? Yeah, that voice in your brain, XQC, that you hear calling you racist, is called a conscience. It's called a conscience, okay? It's not me. I'm not saying it, okay? If your conscience is my voice, I don't know why that is, okay? I'm sorry. I apologize. But I'm not saying that. That is you and your subconscious, right? Trying to get you to understand that you advocated for bad things. Don't crash out on me because of what your subconscious is saying. Okay, that's it. That's my take. That is my take.
Dude. Really? I mean, like it's not a joke at all. I mean, so I think the comparison is really dumb. Yeah. People are just soft. The reality is that when there was no money in streaming, nobody was soft. Nowadays, everybody is just so soft. It's like soft noodle. I
have to remind you that of all the people he's talking about, XQC is crashing out for no reason. I don't get it. I don't understand it.
Yes, it says you. Yo, I sit in the car with people and make jokes about my fucking old car and my ex-girlfriend and whatever fucking lawsuit, whatever. And I think it's funny. I don't give a shit. What would I care? How's that soft? I don't give a shit. Even to people that I don't even know.
Okay.
Riddle me this, riddle me that. Some people that I have never met before, first time, they say the most egregious shit about me, and I see it's a joke, so it's all good. I don't give a fuck. Like when Cuffin makes jokes or whatever, right? Even when we did the chat, the classic Gojek phone, right? I mean, dude, was I offended? It was funny. I wasn't triggered. But now, though, reverse the roles, where if I do that type of joke, right, with some new people that we meet, oh no, whoa, what the fuck? Yo. No, I know Kevin can take it, and I did it to those guys. So other guys, though, new gen people, you make a joke like that, it's GG. Blacklisted, blackballed, you go to some event.
He was just at Mr. Beast's event. What is he talking about? What is he talking about? He was just there like 2 days ago. He's like, again, he's imagining a world where he gets canceled. You're not canceled, bro. You're not canceled. No one is canceling you. He has such, okay, that's what it is. He has such a victim complex. That's all it is. That's all it is. He has such a victim complex. He wants to be canceled. That's all it is. He's negging me. I'm being baited into negging. He's like, please call me racist, Shonda Black. Please, I want you to call me racist. I'm not doing it, XQC. I'm not feeding into your fetish. Nobody's literally. At the very least, I've never called XQC racist. Okay, I won't say never. Never say never, as Justin Bieber said. But like, I don't think I called XQC racist. Like, he's imagining a world where he gets canceled for being racist and he gets blackballed from events when he literally just went to Mr. Beast's event and was interacting with streamers at Mr. Beast's event. Did we not? Am I tripping? Oh, sorry, this is him with the Trump stream. Here. Like, I'm just confused. Everyone's always giving him a pass on all the shit he does his entire career. But he was way bigger than everyone else. Because he was way bigger than everyone else, and now that's not true, so people are unimpressed with him. I'm confused, bro. I'm just fully, straight up confused. Because again, I don't think I've called XQC racist. I miss Neon and Ludwig. Yeah, check the VOD. Or honestly, this section might just be a video because I think it's so funny. I think it's funny. So you might see this section as a video. I don't think you have either. I don't really talk about XQC. Except for saying that he's a Drake dick writer. But I think that's funny.
Yo, don't invite this guy. This guy's weird. And then, why do you think there's no more fucking squad games these days? Why do you think that nobody does squad games? We get squad games once every fucking 3 months, and you have to fucking schedule it with fucking 4 fucking employees and managers or whatever, because everybody's on edge about one another, and they're all, oh no, this guy's enough viewers. This guy is weird. This guy made us.
Even if this is the case, the fuck you gotta do with me? What did I do about that? You think I'm organizing these events, bro? It's just like, oh, it's Sean the Black, and he's the reason why there's no more squad games going on. What does that have to do with me, bro? I'm not organizing these. I'm not sitting here telling these people that like they can't hang out with XQC. Now, if they hear my words, maybe he's thinking about me because there are conversations that are happening behind the scenes about, you know, because of what Sean the Black said about streaming dying, I can't hang out with you. If that's the case, I don't know. Probably not, but like, I don't know. Sean is why there are no more squad games? Yeah, like I literally, he's not talking about you here. No, I think he is still. He's just saying that like people will get called racist all the time. Because Chad was asking, what is the crash out about? It's like, because people, you know, too on edge about this stuff. I'm like,
stream and he said something about the war. This guy, I think, supposed to turn, and everybody's is doing this shit. It's cringe. It's why Soda says streaming sucks. I agree. It's trash. Streaming these days is because everybody is such a noodle. They're little noodles. Everybody's so, and oh no, you're pressed. But you need to go to land and fucking and you need to start on business. No, you fucking don't. Because if you use a joke, then it's in life. It's still a joke. It doesn't become real business. What the fuck do I?
Also,
care?
you know what? I'll say it. I think XQC is bitch made. Say the names. Say the names. Ron did the same thing. Lacey did the same thing. XQC is doing the same thing. Everybody always wants to talk about, oh, well, streaming is bad because everybody's like doesn't want to collaborate with. Just say the names. You know what I mean? Say, the people who are you know, who are like, I don't want to collaborate with you because of wokeness. Just say the names. Let people know.
Like, I don't understand. But you think that even if Neon was botting himself the fuck out, he probably is, but like 1,000,000 bots every single day, right? And in real life, I don't press him about it. What about it? Ooh, there's more.
Cause you're a bitch. That's all it is. That's it. XQC, like a lot of these other streamers, care more about their interpersonal relationships and their invites to events like Mr. Beast than actually calling things out. XQC has infinite smoke for DDG. That one commenter, the TTS speaker, was correct. He has infinite smoke for DDG. But Neon appears in the frame, and then, where's that? And why are you not pressing him about his bots, XQC? He has so much smoke to drop towards DDG. You feel me? And also, it's fuck DDG too. Okay, let's be entirely clear here. Because I, unlike XQC, am not a bitch. And I will stand by the shit that I say. So, like, I'm not gonna be like, well, you know, well, Neon's in front of me and I didn't press him because I was like, scared of Neon. Scared of making or killing the vibes and being the pariah. Due to garbage or Bethany? I mean, both. We're talking about due to garbage right now. You're not DDG to DIE? It's just, that's just kind of what it is.
To that human than just bots. Like, why the fuck do I care? I don't get to the next point.
Okay, no. Because I swear on everything, if I type in XQC, DDG, bots, and I got a clip in here, I'm going to go crazy. Oh, there's this one too. But not this one. This one. Haha. Actually, allegedly crashed out on DDG and said his music sucked. Okay, that's not what I was thinking of. Oh, this is a new article. Hold on. XG responds after Neon exposed him for trash talking DDG's trash talking DDG during Mr. Beast's streamer event. I was kind of firing all shots in there. I was trying to have fun with it. Where is it at? Here, look at this.
Oh man, so, hey man,
I can't. Just give me the clip. Gosh, freaking darn it. Here. I guess I have to use this clip. I hate these shade room style. Like, could they make it any harder for me to see what's going on in this clip, bro? Could they make it any more difficult? Do we need a picture of DDG next to XQC and XQC next to DDG with this logo in the middle and then this title at the top? And then this other title right here too with the chat. Can they make it any harder for me to watch this video, please? DDG fires back at XQC after being accused of botting views on Twitch. I can't hear anything. Hold on.
Not a lot. You could probably just figure it out by now. I'll do it myself. Okay, you got me. It's DDG. I said it. I was pressured by forces out there that are going like I had to say it.
Listen, Dan. Again, he has infinite smoke for DDG, and DDG's botting or whatever. Which is DDG botting? I don't know, probably. Right? But like when he gets in front of Neon at the Mr. Beast event, it's all Neon got XQC on a hutch mode for some reason. Now it's like, oh, I'm not gonna call people out for botting in person when I see the actual human being. Sure.
No, I must stop my broadcast. We must discuss the existence of the bots immediately. Otherwise, I'm bitched. I'm folding.
Yes. Cool. Yeah, actually, legitimately, you're not about it. But apparently, you did that when it came to XQC at the. You did that when it came to DDG at the event, according to the botter himself, Neon. So you did call out DDG at the event.
Bro, XQC crashed out. Y'all aren't gonna see it in the video because Mr. B said he's taking it out. Yo, bro, XQC crashed the fuck out in this video, bro. Y'all aren't gonna see it because they were cursing and going crazy. Yo, bro, XQC don't give a fuck. He don't care, bro. He was shit talking everyone, bro. He had beef with half the people there. He was just shit talking.
Half the people, but not the botter himself, DDG. I don't see DDG. Neon. I'm sorry, it's just interesting. It's interesting. Like, I'm not saying that XQC is a racist because you know how he feels about that. But I'm just saying that his choice of targets is relatively interesting. Neon is the biggest botter on the platform. The biggest botter on the platform. Neon is a bigger botter than freaking Asmongold is. Right? So when Asmongold gets botted up to 50K, at the very least, he has like 30K. Neon has like 3,000 viewers, if we're being entirely real. Neon has like 3K max, and he's being botted up to like 20. Like, that's craziness. Sometimes he's being botted up to freaking 200 something. Like, where is it at? Hold on. See if I can find it. Yeah, here. Yeah, no, he was just averaging 41,000 viewers, sitting at 23K, right? Then jumping up to 214K for an hour, and then dropping down back to 24K after that. Yeah, that's totally normal. Totally normal viewership climb, by the way. All right. But again, XQC got smoke for DDG, but not smoke for Neon. Interesting. Interesting. I won't say what it is or what it could be. I'm just saying. Anyway, I was supposed to leave an hour ago, but man, I did not expect this. I didn't expect it. That's so funny. Anyway, is that it, chat? Is that all? Any final thoughts? I should have saved this for tomorrow. That would have been so funny. Cover tomorrow. But it's fine. Tweet about it to make him mad. You kind of just want the drama, chatter. I respect it. I'll think about it. Does someone have a clip of me reacting to Neon? Because I think that was funny. That one made me laugh. Nah, I have to find it myself. I think that would be funny, and then finding out the XQC reacted to me would be funny as well. But yeah, that's my thoughts. Flip Clippers in chat, yeah. Well, the real Clippers want to get paid. Because I keep getting freaking emails from people who'd be like, yo, I'll clip your streams if you pay me. Join Clippy. I'm like, I'm not joining Clippy. That's how you get these clips, chat. Where's it at? These clips. Right? This like Neon paid for a clipping service. Miskiff paid for a clipping service. These streamers pay to get clipped and posted on these pages. And they complain about clip culture, for sure. Kick pays for it. No, the streamers pay for it themselves. I mean, Kick may also subsidize it, but like, you're on Kick, it's free, yeah. But like, Twitch streamers also happens as well. So when you see like, I wouldn't put it past like Lacey and Ron to be paying for their own clips as well, right? Not even just like paying for editors, but paying clips channels like Yoxic and whatever to post their clips, like as an ad, but like undisclosed, that kind of style, you know. Anyway, that's the point. Thank you all for watching. What an interesting end to the stream this was. What an interesting end to the stream this was. But if that is it, I will catch y'all on the flip side, I think. I don't know what's wrong with XQC, bro. Don't ask me. Yeah, that's it. Follow my second channel. Gaming later on today, potentially. I may also be editing a little bit later on. Editing a TikTok or two. And then a YouTube short or so. Because I think that I have a few ideas for good YouTube shorts or TikToks to make out of this stream. Which channel? Not the Black. NOTDABLACK. You will see it in the Discord if I post it in the Discord. We'll be playing Baldur's Gate 3 with Jalon. I'm looking forward to more drawing streams on there too. Yeah, we'll do more drawing streams as well. We'll do stuff like that. For sure. Indeed. Yeah. Also, actually, I have nothing. I have no also. But yeah, I'll catch y'all later. Adios. Don't be racist like XQC. I mean, not XQC. LOL. Okay, bye. What do you? XQC is racist. Ha ha ha.
Ain't gon' say too much when a nigga speaking on that hot shit. Fuck the police, cause them bitches ain't gon' stop shit. Opposition's mad, if they play, they getting pop quick. Flies nigga in the game, yeah, I'm a cockpit. Posted on Camelot with 100-something shots. I be swimming with the sharks, little nigga, you a lobster. Police heat a nigga up like he eating on some pasta. And shot out to Kingston, I keep me some rosters. All up in the party, you know we keep them carbons. Bring a nigga chills like I work at Baskin Robbins. I love Batman, but a young nigga robbing. Fireworks show, cause my niggas get the spark. I'm a hot head, I crash in a second. He speaking on who? Send his bitch ass to heaven. Extended clips, when we talk to make 11. My niggas, they be crippin', they be screaming out them sevens. Why you investigating me? Cause I don't know a thing. And I'ma always keep it solid, I never sign. You know I'm shot of fam, always gotta rep the game. He kept on dissing, so a nigga had to snatch his brain. Had to snatch his brain. I had to snatch his brain. Yeah, I had to make it rain. Yeah, R. Kelly let the fucking chopper sign. Yeah.
Yeah, my money big body, my money talking. No, I don't need you, I really don't want you. My money been twerking, my money do dancers. Yes, I already heard you, I don't wanna answer. You ruin everything, touch you a cancer. Yeah, I'm on that side where we win. No, you not that guy, cause I'm him. Yeah, why about that big body right at the lines that GLA came on that 10. I don't wanna hear none of this shit you saying, you crap about your chinny chin chin. Nah, I'm rocking that lady designer, the finest of purpose and chinchilla skin. Yeah, they tryna copy the wave and I told them they can't even surf away on it. Yeah, they steady be copying my Sunday, some birthday, a period if I'm being honest. Yeah, why you been capping about your whole life? How was you rapping about a whole life? How you stay rapping about these damn drugs you ain't never tried once your whole life?